Welcome to round 2 of the 2023 Victorian State Racing Series. We're here at Winton Motor Raceway in Winton, Victoria on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon when we've got 167 cars across 8 categories to bring you non-stop jam-packed action here on day 1 of this weekend. Don't miss a moment of it right here on Blendline TV.
Awesome to have Matt Dunlop back on board with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, of course, the Victorian State Race Series, brought to us by 888 Home Loans, 1800 1-888-00. That's 888 Home Loans, 1800 1-888-00. 22.5 degrees expected in beautiful mid-Victoria. And already at this point in time, we're going to have a very big welcome to a couple of northern suburbs of Melbourne, Florida and Germany. Welcome to the Blendline TV coverage of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships already joining us. So a very big welcome as people start to join us right around the world, and indeed trackside here in these wonderful conditions for round number 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Qualifying done and dusted, and we're about to get underway with race 1 for the weekend of round 2. The Saturday schedule looks like this. Formula Vee Race 1, then Saloon cars, the sports sedans will be up. Then the 1-800 Lasagna Porsche 944 race number 1 at 2:10. Formula Ford race 1 at 2:20. Improved production straight in behind them at 3:10. MG and invited British cars for their first race for the weekend at 3:40. And 10 minutes past 4 for the first race for the weekend for the Hyundai XLs. Tomorrow morning we'll swing the gates open bright and early at 7 a.m. for those keen to get out here. I dare say we might be dusting some frost off the flags and the grass around the morning, but the forecast again for tomorrow is absolutely just like it is now. Bit of a breeze as you come up the or go up the main straight and come up the old main straight through turns 1 and 2. Headwind, and then as you come out of turns 5 up to the sweeper, a nice tailwind to push you very quickly into the sweeper around this fantastic Winton Motor Raceway. Green grass all over the place here, and I dare say if you do get offline, there is going to be a little bit of moisture underfoot or under the tyres of the cars. So everyone will be trying to keep themselves on the black stuff. We have got a fantastic season of motorsport lined up for you, and we will continue right throughout the year. Round 3 will be at Phillip Island on the 26th, 27th, and 28th of May. Round 4 is at Sandown, the 11th, 12th, and 13th of August. Round 5 is at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, 22nd and 23rd of September. And there is a to be confirmed, of course, the last weekend in October for Calder. And we will certainly see how that pans out. It'll be great to go racing out in the northwestern suburbs again of Melbourne. And, of course, with all the news recently around a potential Avalon, home of Australian motorsport down there, would be fantastic. Very well serviced by about a 37-lane highway down to Geelong there. Plenty of accommodation in the Geelong local area. So we'll see how that pans out. We have heard before, many times before, that there's going to be a new racetrack built. We certainly need them with the demise of places like Oran Park and Amaroo Park. Let's hope that Wakefield Park can get back up and going. And we will enjoy Calder if we can get it back up and running. Formula V's will be on track in just a couple of moments, and we will be joined by the series commentator Steve De Vries and Dan McCarthy for all of the action. Over to you, Dan.
We're down here in the Formula V pit lane, and we've got Charlie Richardson from the Formula V's category here. Charlie, this is your second year racing these cars. How have you developed from when you started out to where you are now?
I feel that I've gotten more confident in the car and built a relationship with everyone in my team and everyone else who races Formula V, which is good.
What was it that brought you into Formula V in the first place? What was the appeal?
Dad knew the McCarthys, and he wanted to get me out of go-karting, and so Formula V was the next thing.
And how was a step from karting to Formula V's like, especially in terms of the racing with the other competitors? Like, what's that like on track?
It's very different. There's not a lot of races in Formula V during the year as compared to go-karting, and it's just totally different when it comes to gears and the steering and just the whole setup in general.
Well, best of luck this weekend, and I hope it all goes well for you.
Thank you.
Great insights and interview there from Matt Dunlop as we see Formula V cars heading out to the grid for the first time this weekend. Alongside me, Mr. V's, it's Stephen De Vries. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Dan McCarthy. Thank you, everybody, and good morning and good afternoon, depending on where you're tuning in from around the world. We mentioned Germany a little while ago at the beginning of the show, and on top of that, this is a perfect segue because it's the home of the Volkswagen Group, and what is in the back of these Formula Vs? A Volkswagen motor.
Nice connection there, well pointed out as we can see the grid for this race. Reef McCarthy, championship leader, starting off pole position alongside the reigning champion Heath Collinson. He had a shocker in round 1, we'll get to that a bit later on. On the second row, up-and-comer Andre Kurin alongside the returning Jake Rowe.
Jake Rowe back for the first time this season. Nick Jones out of position number 5 alongside Ash Clifford in the Star Res Sabre 02. Lee Partridge, and great to see Adam Slattery travelling over along with Hayden Slattery from South Australia, filling out position number 8, and then Nick Kerr in position number 9. And 10th position on the grid running order there was actually meant to be Zach Barton, so his name's just missing from that sheet, but he's filling in a car that belongs to the JRD stable, with Damien Spinello from Acura Motorsport heading up their outfit with Samuk Rudrapatna in 12th.
As we see the rest of the grid come through, Josh Munro from 13th alongside Rob File, Brett Burden, and then Malachi Windsor ending at the top 16.
Charlie Tracy Richardson, who just had the interview with Matt Dunlop a few moments ago, there in 17th place with Brandon Taylor. He's a little bit out of position in 18th, so expect him to make up a few spots. Darren Power and Mick Fisher there rounding out the top 20 out of 24 starters. Thanks to GR Motorsport Electrics Online. Formula V Race 1 is going to be set for 25 minutes. This is going to be a marathon, Dan McCarthy. Very, very long race compared to what we had at Sandown about 2 months ago. So very much laser-like focus, and consistency is going to be very, very important in this 25-minute hit out.
Indeed, yeah. A couple of less categories this weekend means that the races can be a bit longer for the categories that are here. 10 categories last time, 8 categories this weekend. This is the first race of round number 2 here at Winton Motor Raceway in country Victoria, just waiting for the lights.
There was the 5-second board just being held out, so not too far away from a race start. Pole to McCarthy, and he doesn't get going at all. Looks like he missed the gear change from first to second. Heath Collinson had a much better reaction time, but he too has gone backwards. And it's Jake Rowe who surges to the lead ahead of Andre Curran, with McCarthy looking for a little bit of room on the inside here, and also at the same time trying to fend off Nick Jones. And it looks like Adam Slattery was the one that was just offline there at turn 1 and 2.
We see McCarthy slots into third position behind Curran, so yeah, front row starters dropping back to third and fifth respectively, and we can see number 96 Nick Jones in fourth position in between the pair in the yellow and pink machine.
Yeah, the car's had a little bit of a paint job over the last couple of months as well, so it's a little bit brighter than it's used to looking. McCarthy has a real late look at Andre Curran down at turn 7. No room there, but he's going to try and hold it right around the outside. This puts you in prime position for turn 9. Takes away the apex from the number 32 Aussie Boat Sales entry, and drives off in pursuit of Jake Rowe. That's a really, really good bit of heads-up driving there for McCarthy. Pass wasn't going to come off, but he knew he had the grip on the outside, even so early in the early going, to just trust the car, throw it in there, hold it right around the outside and make it stick.
You can see why he's the championship leader, can't you? Exactly. He knows the car inside and out. As we see Ash Clifford defending from car number 21. That's Nicholas Kerr into the last sequence of corners, turns 11 and turns 12. They might be 90-degree corners, but they're two of the most difficult on the race circuit.
Absolutely. One involves a very, very big stop and not a lot of time for the brakes to recover in time to stop again for turn number 12. Change for the lead. McCarthy hasn't wasted any time getting back to the front of the field. It's taken just one lap to recover those 2 spots lost and surge to the front of the field. Now, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he can kick away from the field here. Talking to him in the paddock a little bit earlier in the morning, his tactics were to jump out in front, try and build a lead and try and insulate himself from attacks later in the race. So he's had a little bit of a setback. We'd like to see how he goes about his business now.
Yeah, it's interesting the way this track is compared to Sandown and Phillip Island. That's all about slipstreaming. Slipstream doesn't mean too much around Winton Motor Raceway, tight, twisty circuit. I mean, supercars, we don't even see them hit 6th gear at all around this circuit. The only track in the nation where that's the case for supercars. So it really is a slow average speed you can see around these tight, twisty hairpins at the back section of the circuit. Is that what we're talking about?
These are all third-gear corners up here as well. You only use first and second gear in Formula V pretty much from getting away from the start line. Otherwise, it's third to fourth and then fourth back to third. There's no point going down an extra cog to second gear because you're just going to be changing up to third almost straight away coming off corner exit. So that's why it might appear like these Formula Vs are a little bit slow around some parts of the circuit, but it's to their benefit because they don't lose time through that extra gear change. It's got absolutely no meaning whatsoever.
You can already see a few battle packs forming, groups breaking away from each other. So at the end of lap number 2, it is McCarthy that leads from Rowe, and Curran is keeping up with them. He's following in hot pursuit, as I can see. Battle for fourth is well and truly on down into turn number 1. And that is Collinson that takes the place on Jones. But on the screen, we're looking at the battle a bit further down the field.
We are indeed. We're looking at Rob Vile, and he's fending off the advances here of John Casamati, who actually started towards the rear of the grid. He started out of plumb last. He actually had a pretty major incident at this part of the circuit yesterday where he tagged the wall with the left rear of the car and pretty much tore the wheel off it, and they had to put a whole new rear end in it. So he didn't partake in qualifying. He was sent to rear of grid, and he's making his way through right now, already up to 17th place. So This is a progressive grid format in Victorian State Circuit Racing. Where you finish the race you are in is where you start the next one. So for Johnny in this case, he's just got to focus on moving a bit further forward each and every race and then put himself back in position to be sort of in that top 10 for the last race of the weekend. Just to see how he goes. We'll see how far he can get.
Normally towards the front end of the field, isn't he? I mean, he won a race at Island Magic late last year, so yeah, certainly a front runner, and comes into this round 10th in the series. So yeah, certainly, as you say, aiming for around the top 10 at the end of this one to kick on the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's just got to move a bit forward in the next sort of couple of laps. He's probably targeting, I would say, to probably be around about 15th or 14th. That's probably what would be a realistic expectation in such a long race. But he's got a little bit of work to do to catch up to Rob Weil, who's about 2.5 seconds up the road. Further up the road from that little battle, there's some great action happening here with the first winner. For the first time he won last round out for Lee Partridge in 20 years. So he's got his hands full with Ash Clifford in the number 17 Star Res entry at the moment. And then the Silver Fox Racing, number 21 of Nick Kerr, trying to tag along for the ride here. One of two Silver Fox Racing entries this weekend. The other, of course, is Brett Burden. He's currently 12th in the order.
Yeah, Partridge started out of 7th, so made one position on Clifford, but it looks like Clifford's wanting to return serve and take that place back early in this one. You can sort of set up a move there if you get a nice run through the sweeper, and then around the kink you can dive up the inside, and we can see a bit of defence a bit further back. So yeah, that is an overtake opportunity, particularly in the V's, and it really does set you up. You can really do the crisscross. If you don't get the inside at one corner, you can try the outside, get a good exit and try the inside at the next one. It really does set up some good old school jostling for position and off.
Josh Munro, he's come a cropper. He's on the right-hand side, exiting turn number 4. So he's well out of harm's way here. He's lost the front nose. That nose has actually had to been repaired between rounds as well. He had a pretty nasty trip through the grass at Sandown last round as well. So that nose has come off. It's a bit of an awkward spot where he's come to rest at the moment. And here's Adam Slattery recovering from his excursion at turn 1 on lap 1. He's trying to break up the Acura Motorsport team battle here between Samuk Rudrapatna in the second of the cars there, and then Damien Spinello in the J zone just ahead.
Just saw a graphic before. Reeve McCarthy, fastest lap of the race. He's extended the margin already out to 2 seconds. It's pretty tight between Rowan Curran behind, but yeah, championship leader McCarthy has pulled out a margin early in this one, just as you said he wanted to do.
Yeah, but it's not the margin he would have been hoping for, though. He would have been probably preferring to be a bit better off the start line, and probably be maybe another 2 or so seconds up the road. But he's got a lot of work to do, and I'm not so sure if he's going to be able to survive. There's Josh Munro just walking away from that car. So stewards are pretty happy with where the machine is at the moment. They don't need to throw a safety car out to recover the number 76.
You're saying he's only 2 seconds down the road. You've got to remember, he was 3rd for most of lap number 1. So considering that, I wouldn't be too disappointed with only a 2-second lead. And there's somebody else off.
That's Kerr. That's Nick Kerr in the Silver Fox Sabre 02. So he's made a mistake up at turn 8 there. So he's going to be able to get back on. He's just looking for a spot, and here he comes. So job done. He comes on ahead of John Casamati. So Casamati was 16th. So he was starting to make wasn't starting to make any inroads into Rob Weil. He was actually still losing ground. So this will be a bit of an incentivizer for John to pick up another spot there. And another one off. That's Zach Barton at turn 10. Now, this was a trait that was happening in qualifying a little bit earlier this morning. A lot of drivers put it down to the fact that it was a very, very greasy circuit. First category out for qualifying. So we see a pass for position here with Ash Clifford going through on Lee Partridge. They were getting a bit frustrated. Some of them were complaining that the cars were spinning for no apparent reason, but a lot of them were putting it down to a lack of grip, a lack of rubber on the track being so early in the day. These are not used to being the first categories out. They're used to being a category a couple of sessions deep into each of the groups, and by then a lot of the big heavier cars have come out and they've laid rubber down for them.
Same thing in Saloon cars. I went down to the paddock after qualifying. They were straight after V's. They were saying the same thing. Yeah, just very little grip for what they expected. The cars were sliding around all over the show. So clearly a theme in the first couple of categories anyway. So we can see, as you say, the race one winner from the last round, second in the championship with a good solid weekend, a fourth in race two and a second in the final race as well. So Partridge came out of round number one, second in the points behind McCarthy, with Nick Jones third, Andre Kurin in fourth, and then the big shock from round one was Heath Collinson down in 12th position in the standings after a shock DNF in race number one.
I was about to say, what a dead set shocker of a round. The reigning State Series champion had a Sandown. He's really looking for a clean weekend here. Here he is in shot, third car in the Q3 there. Jake Rowe and Andre Kurin just ahead of him. Here's a bit of a game move right around the outside. That's going to be a gap that's going to diminish very, very quickly. That's compromised Kurin as well. Is Collinson going to be able to take advantage of the mistake? Thinks about it, not quite close enough.
Kurin slight lock up mid-corner there, put him slightly wide, but he managed to keep the momentum through the corner down into turn number four, manages to hold the position. But yeah, Collinson certainly a fast man at the moment, and if I look at the fastest laps, he's comfortably quicker than both Kurin and Rowe, and he's actually matching Reef McCarthy at the front of the field. So if he was with McCarthy, a big sideways moment there for Rowe, but yeah, if he was with McCarthy at the front of the field, he'd be going with him. They are identical on pace at this point in the race.
Rowe's starting to ask a little bit more of the GR Motorsport Electrics number 66 here as well. And I can just feel him starting to push. You see he's right up on the ripple strip on the exits. The car's sliding, the tyres are protesting. He's really starting to turn up the wick a little bit, sensing that this might be the opportunity to start closing the gap down to the race leader, especially with two other Sabre 02s right on his hammer.
This is what I was saying about Winton being different. If this is Phillip Island or Sandown, in a straight, you slipstream, make the move almost before the next corner. Can't do that here at Winton. You've got to do it the old-fashioned way. You've got to send one, try and work the person in front of you to try and find a way through. He's got a nice run out the final corner. Turn number 12 has Collinson, and he's already looking to the inside. He is alongside, but if Kurin can keep it on the outside at turn number one, he'll have the inside for turn number two, but he's unable to do so. Good authoritative pass there by Collinson to take third position.
Yeah, well done. Thought that one through very, very early and executed it perfectly. Reef McCarthy, another fastest lap you just saw out in front, into the 33, so we're into qualifying territory for Reef McCarthy. His qualifying lap to 33.2, just under 33.5 in race trim. And these three gentlemen here, all in the 34s last time around. Heath Collinson in 33.8. So, as you said, he's just starting to turn that wick up just a little bit. He's got some pace to match McCarthy. Unfortunately, the position does not lie. And that right now, that group of three cars is 5 seconds in arrears of the race leader. As we're looking at the two Silver Fox Sabre 02s of Nick Kerr and Brett Burton. A bit further down the order in positions 12 and actually, well, it was 12 and 11th, but I'm wondering if there's been a change of position between those two cars because Casamarti's starting to range up on the back of him. So the two Sabres of Kerr and Burton have switched positions in the last lap, and there might be another switch on here. Oh, some contact with Casamarti getting into the right rear of Brett Burton.
See what Casamarti thought, waving his hands as soon as the contact was made. He felt as though Burton closed the door far too late, didn't leave him any room. So very much, I think, two stories there, two different opinions on what happened. But as we see, nice recovery, fingers crossed no damage, doesn't look like it anyway. So I think we have escaped just a few damaged egos.
I think so. And Brett's been struggling a little bit this weekend too because it's been a little while since that car was back out on the racetrack. It's had a couple of rollovers and a bunch of repairs that needed to be completed. But he's just struggling with a little bit of the ride height and a bit of the feel in that car. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get himself back up to speed. Another change of position there. So Collinson through to position number 2 ahead of Jake Rose, number 66. So now, can this group set their sights on Reef McCarthy some 5.8 seconds up the road? They've got 8 minutes left, but it might be a bit of a tall order from here, I think.
I think it will be a very tall order with just 8 minutes to go. These three looking, or Rowe and Kurin anyway, very similar on pace, and Collinson will be looking to move ahead. So we're going to see a replay of the move. I believe it was down at turn number 1. This time he's gone the long way around, so he went inside on Kurin the previous lap. This time swinging it around sideways at turn number 1. Nice move, and then getting the back marker as well. Really nice couple of passes from Collinson, 2 laps in a row, and that's got him up to position number 2.
And that was some good heads-up driving from Jake Roach. So he took a bit two to tango at that corner as well. Jake realised that Heath was ahead. There was no point sort of trying to hold position on the inside or fight him, so he just allowed it to happen. And that's a sense and sensibility approach from all the drivers in Formula V. Realising the situation, not doing anything too silly, just falling back into line, protect your position, and carry on and don't cost each other any time.
Now, for some people, you might not know Nick Rowe. Didn't do every round last year, missed round 1 this year. But when he is here, he is up the front. He's taken wins off Collinson and McCarthy. He really can hold a candle to them and really fight amongst them. And that's what he's doing right now. Collinson may have got past, but he's not letting him out of his sights. He is very much taking the fight to him in the battle for second position with just under 7 minutes to go now.
And it was another fastest lap for McCarthy last time around as well. He's down to a 33.3 now, whereas Collinson was in 33.8 on the last lap. So Collinson's going to have to get a wriggle on here if he wants any hope of trying to close the margin down to Reef McCarthy. What else of our replay crew got in store for us? We'll be interested to have a look at what other battles they're capturing up and down the field. So this is a different angle of the Casamati and Burden contact. Just from that angle, I would say that would have been Burden's corner. I think he might have been further ahead than probably John thought. I thought that was a bit of a late lunge. Because it's a bit of a late apex there, so...
I'm going to play devil's advocate and say he was quite far up the inside at one point there, so I'm going to leave that one to the stewards because that was quite a difficult one to call.
2 different camera angles give 2 different results,
yes,
don't they? That's the important part of that.
As we see, with just under 6 minutes to go, the battle for second is still continuing.
Here goes Rowe. Is he going to go down the inside here at turn 1? Yes, he does. A little bit of curb. Front left-hand wheel has a little bit of airtime there. Off the inside of turn 1. He gets that move smartly done. So he's sat behind Heath for a lap and a half now. Realised that Heath wasn't making the sorts of inroads that he thought he could make. He's like, well, I want that position back.
Seems like turn 1's the opportunity to overtake. It's a big headwind. There's a bit of a breeze this afternoon, so a headwind down into turn number 1. That seems to be the best overtaking opportunity. Not turn number 11. Normally it's one or the other. Of course, turn number 11 goes in the complete opposite direction, or the straight pry goes in the opposite direction. So turn 1 is the overtaking opportunity today. That might be the opposite tomorrow if the wind's in the opposite direction. But we can see now it's Rowe in front, it's Collinson all over him. In fact, Rowe runs, that's quite hard to say, a bit wide there, and allows Collinson a nice run. 10's a big dive bomb if you're going for it. Collinson thinks better of it.
Yeah, Rowe pushing again really hard. I can see the car attitude, it's bouncing, it missed an apex here or there, and then he tried to pick the throttle up really early on corner exit at turn 9, and the car just sort of skated right out to the exit curve there, almost well and truly offline. So 4 minutes 20 left in this race. At the moment, lap time's in the 1 minute 33s and 34 bracket, so probably around another 3 to 4 laps still to complete, so still plenty of time. Formula V's chalked up 11 laps in this opening 25-minute hit out already, so this is a really good lap count here as Collinson says, no, I want position number 2 back. Kieran, I think, is playing a little bit of a waiting game here. I don't think he's trying to do anything too silly. He's just waiting for his opportunity. It's a bit like a snooker match, isn't it? There's tactical snooker and then there's aggressive snooker. It's like in racing. There's aggressive racing and there's tactical racing. You're just going to wait for the right opportunity just to pick your moment, and that's when you strike.
Yeah, biding his time, almost waiting for these two to almost escort each other wide or make a mistake, and he will hopefully sweep through on the inside or outside. As we see Collinson slightly defensive, certainly looking in his mirrors on the approach to the turn, so he's aware they're still there, that's for certain. As you see them sweep around the left-handed turn and then around a very similar shaped right-handed turn and head out. Oh, and this time it's Collinson that runs a bit wide out of turn number 9. But again, as I say, it's really hard to make a move at turn number 10 unless you really send it to the inside. So we'll continue to stick with these three because it is a really, really high-quality battle. Now, what Rowe did here last lap, I thought, he sort of half defended Collinson, and that affected his run through turn 11, turn number 12, and then Collinson got him on the pit straight. Collinson has not done that, so that means he's got a nice run through turn 11, a nice run through turn number 12. The question is, how about the exit, as we see them come down the straight? So once again, headwind playing a big factor, but because Collinson got a nice run out of turn number 12, Rowe cannot get back past.
And Collinson defended very, very early there off of turn 12 as well. Stayed left almost all the way to the checkered flag point, and then really didn't move across to take the normal racing line into turn 1, and he couldn't because Rowe was there, so he had to leave in the required car's width worth of space. But that was a sign of intent from Heath Collinson as the race draws towards its conclusion with just on 2 minutes remaining.
Further up, McCarthy just continuing.
That's
to
10
chip
seconds
That's
now.
right, yeah. Another lap where he's the only one in the 33s, quite comfortably, nearly a second faster than anybody else on the track. So yeah, easily now out to 10 seconds with just under 2 minutes to go. The race very much coming to the closing stages. The aggression, I think, will have to come out from these three now. They're going to have to really fight for second position.
Yep, I think they're only going to have one more lap remaining as well. So there's a minute 30 left on the clock. Reece McCarthy's probably within earshot of the start-finish line. He's coming around the last corner now with this group just heading towards the second last corner. So this will be the final lap for Formula V after they cross the line this time around. So that'll give them a total of 14 laps for race one. So it's a very, very healthy return for 25 minutes invested. But this battle's far from over.
Collinson had to slightly defend into turn number 11 that time, but he got again a really nice run out of turn number 12, and that's important. That's the most important thing, getting the run out of turn number 12, because you're always vulnerable down into turn number 1. He's going to have to defend here, Collinson. Not the greatest run out of turn number 2, and in fact, Curran's going to send it up the inside of Rowe, is he? Oh, he thinks about it.
That was so close to contact, and that's actually cost Andre Curran track position there. He's lost a lot of ground to Jake Rowe after that half-hearted lunge.
It's a bit of a battle further back as well between Partridge and Jones, but as we look at the battle for second, still Collinson defensive into the turn. I can hear a bit of a lock-up, not sure who that is locking up or sliding. But yeah, Curran certainly lost some ground there, hasn't he? He's going to try and gain it back through the middle sector, but it might be a little bit too late. Rowe using all the road there, taking a shallow line into turn number 9. Slightly, Collinson certainly extended the margin in the first half of this lap, hasn't he?
He certainly has, as the clock has now gone to 0. So final lap we are on right now. 14 laps of duration. Well, this guy didn't take too long to get back to the front after what can be seen as a very unusual tardy start, and a very rare tardy start for Reece McCarthy, but he shows no problems taking the checkered flag first. Some 11 seconds clear of this group that fought over second, third and fourth for the majority of this race. Collinson will take second, Rowe will take third, ahead of Andre Curran in fourth. Right down the pack, Rob Vile, Charlie Tracy Richardson and Brett Burden all close together. These three cars are 14th, 15th and 16th respectively on the road at the moment.
Love the Golf livery on the number 7 Vile machine. Looks fantastic. Love retro livery. We'll see plenty of those throughout the weekend. That one is one of my favourites in particular. It's not over, as you say, battling further down the field. He had a bit of a look there, but no room at the inner turn number 10. He'll have a look down at turn number 11. He's got a really nice run here. He'll look to the inside. And he's slotted up the inside, made the move, nice deep under brakes. He's run a little wide actually.
Crisscross, great situational awareness from Charlie Richardson. Just the door open and she snatched it straight back. Rob Vile might lose another spot here if Burton's close enough. I don't think he is. And this will be a drag race to the line here. And I think, I don't want to call that. That was so close. It's been awarded to Rob Vile by a fraction.
9 thousandths of a second. 9 thousandths of a second the margin across the line. How close do you like it? So Vile did make it, did get the slipstream and made it past at the line.
Had the better exit off the corner.
Correct.
I think that's what it was. He made a bit of a meal of it at turn 11. Charlie made the crisscross work, but then she was, of course, compromised on the line at the apex. Couldn't get the power down early enough. Vile was on the outside. He was able to square the corner off and put the power down and drive away toward the line.
Yeah, Yes, that's exactly how I saw it as well, as we have a look at the race 1 results. So McCarthy taking the win by 11.8 seconds from Heath Collinson. Then behind Collinson, 7/10 of a second to Jake Rowe. Behind that, Andre Curran. Lee Partridge coming home in 5th, just ahead of Nick Jones.
And then you've got Ash Clifford, Adam Slattery, and Samuk Rudrapatna and Damien Spinello 9th and 10th. So that's a good result for the Akira Motorsport guys to get 2 of their 3 cars into the top 10. So that's Formula V done and dusted here for the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll see them again tomorrow morning. First up off the bat at 9:10. So it's a long way to wait for the next round of Formula V. But coming up next, the Saloon cars will be out on track here in just a few moments' time. Back shortly here from Winton Motor Raceway.
We're down here with Nash Harris at the Saloon car portion of the paddock here at Winton Motor Raceway in front of one of my favourite liveries that I've seen so far this weekend. Nash, tell us all about Big Nash.
Okay, guys. Well, obviously, yeah, loving the 90s of the liveries and the supercars back in the day. I've always wanted to do something like this. You know, we ran with the Aboriginal livery. We did that for Darwin. It sort of carried on for a little bit, probably a bit longer than we liked, but always wanted to do it and loved the colours. I think, you know, I haven't seen it obviously on the TV yet, but I'm hoping it just comes across well on the TV. But yeah, and the big Kev livery and the Paul Morris days and just a good era of motorsport, but that was the inspiration behind it.
You're hoping that energy from Kev and from Paul Morris from back in the day can help inspire you this weekend to get some good results?
Yeah, well, I wasn't too excited this morning. The old girl's a bit tough to start, and we had issues with it last night, actually. We thought we'd better start it up, and it's just, it's just a nightmare to get going on that E85 in the cold morning. So, been an ongoing issue, but yeah, I wasn't excited, but obviously now we've been out on the racetrack, and I'm excited.
Awesome. Best of luck, mate. All the best for the weekend.
Cheers, guys.
Well, he'll be coming out at 12th position on the grid there, so a good push for a car that wasn't going to start on its E85 this morning. So there he is, front and centre. Big Nash, and such a great aspect of the Victorian Saloon Car Championship is this camaraderie, isn't it, Dan? The team get together. And I actually really like the fact that this weekend we've got the Pensioners Cup, but most of the usual contenders aren't here for that, so they're renamed it the Seniors Cup this weekend because they're not quite eligible yet. So we'll have the seniors in Stoopman, Angels Leoncini and Peter Tonks battling it out as we have the grid and the cars start to make their way out on track. Kevin Stoopman, who we just mentioned as a senior competitor, is on pole, so age shall not weary him on this Anzac Day weekend. Good to see Kev out there on pole position. Kieran Pridmore in the number 66 with Adam Lowndes, a all-perennial front-end runner there as well. Daniel Johnson DJ to his mates in the Falcon in position number 4. Wayne King will start out of position number 5 in car 2. Andy Williams is welcome back in the number 57 to Jacob Prestopino. Then we have Blake Harris, Tony Ordino. Great to see Tony back out this weekend, the first time for 2023. Kieran Pridmore as well, Cooper Capelli and Nash joining in with this weekend. And new to the category is Dane Liccardo, Andy Williams, Jack Leach and Chris Jackson with Mark Granger as well making out the field. So back to the grid sheet, it'll be Jackson Leach out of 13, Peter Tonks in that magnificent white, I'm going to say Brock liveried, mobile livery if you like, car out there. Chris Jackson, Dan Liccardo, Mark Granger, Justin Shembry and Brett Tate round out the field. Cars are formed up on the grid. And I guess that camaraderie just talked about, Dan's about to all go thrown out the window and we're about to go racing.
It does. When they're on the track, obviously they're fighting for position, but as soon as they're back in the paddock, they're good mates again, having a good laugh and really enjoying each other's company. As we see the last couple of cars line up, the board at the ready, 5 seconds until the race commencement as we see Ford and Holden front row of the grid. Pretty even start as they roar away down towards turn number 1. Very even start. Stoopman with the insider. Here comes Lowndes though in third position having a big look, but Stoopman holds on. And who's this? Coming up to third position. Oh, a bit of a sideways moment. It's King. What a great start from King. Started from 5th position up to 3rd very early on. Great to see some names returning. Pridmore and King as well returning to the series after a little time away. So as we see them head towards the tighter section of the circuit, it's all to play for straight away.
Jacob Prestopino getting a nice one off the line there as well, getting nicely done there. That's the black and green car, sort of right in the middle of the pack there. We're just getting a look at. There's the front end of the race. Kevin Stoopman has certainly got away very nicely in the Falcon. What was interesting was the Pridmore launch just about looked like it dropped the tail on the ground and got away. The independent rear end of the Commodore always helps with that transfer of weight, but it was the wily veteran of Kevin Stoopman. Kevin's probably got a car for every field here this weekend. He can run an improved production, he can run his sports sedans, he loves saloon cars, and I guess so far this weekend he'd be loving it. He's put it on pole and he's leading the first lap for the Victorian Saloon Car Series.
Lowndes on this opening lap, he's been sideways out of several corners. He had it locked up down into turn number 10. He's certainly giving it his all on lap number 1, and so is Prestopino looking to the outside of McSwain. McSwain's got a bit further than he did last round when the bonnet came up at turn number 1 in race number 1. Prestopino swings it to the inside. Nice move, takes position, moves up 1 spot.
I'm actually surprised he put the bonnet back on because his lap times didn't lose any time at all with the bonnet up. He was just peering out through the gap between the top of the steering wheel and the bonnet.
Well, before he's disqualified, he told me, he said he's best ever lap percent.
Yeah, that's right. They gave him some nice engine bay cooling and a very, very big wing on the front of the car to keep it pushed down the road, side by side up to turn 3. Looks down the inside, sees better up at McSwain, Harris. And then car 3, which is Andrew Leoncini, returning to the game in the RJ Batteries Commodore. So that got a bit willing on the coming out of turn 2 and heading up to turn 3 into the famous left-hand sweeper here at Winton Raceway. Harris lurching in the Commodore, in the Falcon, McSwain in the front in the Falcon. It's good to see the FOMO Co getting represented there as we just watched the right way car of Ordino go through on Tony Leoncini and Tony Ordino, going through there, so he's pushing very hard.
And a gearbox issue in qualifying, pulled up just in front of where the commentary box is on the run to turn number 3. lost third and fourth gear, which you certainly need around a track like Winton. So considering that, he actually qualified quite well, because that was reasonably early on in the session. As we see the cars head into turn number 2. Brilliant new addition to the blend line coverage. You can see on the screen on the left-hand side, blue and red signifying Holden and Ford, of course, Australia so well known for its blue oval and the General's rivalry.
It certainly is. This is some, really traditional, if you like, Australian motorsport fair here. The blue oval versus the raging line, and we love it. And I dare say, well, saloon cars are the only proportion of events these days that we're going to see it. It's dropping out of the top end of touring car racing. A big look down there from the number 2 Wayne King car, number 2 tyre power outfit. I'm surprised that the car leading the race, it does have tyre power as well. So emblazoned down the side there. So those tyre power franchise pretty popular with the saloon car mobs, and of course the local one here in Vanilla with Chris Lewis Williams running his own tyre power now in Vanilla. So lots of franchisees in the saloon cars. We've got a meatball flag for Wayne King, car number 2. I wonder if we can get a little bit of information around that, because there's the car. Looks to be going okay, and he's about to make a move for second place in the race, but I dare say someone around the track has seen some liquid coming out of it or something. But from my perspective, it looks pretty good for here. Is the exhaust hanging down?
Yeah, I think that could be potentially what it is. It does look a bit low, doesn't it, as he swings it into turn number 10. He's, all over the back of Pridmore, but it looks like it'll be to very little avail. Johnson and Lowndes very much line astern, 2 title protagonists just behind that. Pridmore, or a bit of a correction into turn number 11, puts him a bit wide and makes him vulnerable into turn number 12. King hones back in, but goes around one more time, despite the meatball flag, goes around again, and you can see the battle between Lowndes and Johnson. In fact, Johnson pulling to the inside down towards turn number 1, and he's made the move stick. Nice work from
car number 45, also getting the meatball flag here. So that is Blake Harris in that beautiful liveried Falcon, the red, white and blue number. And the 45 has come in, so he's obviously identified that without even taking the meatball flag. Daniel Johnson driving very, very nicely indeed, as he always does. Currently sitting in 5th, and is coming into this round, Daniel, in 3rd place after a really good showing at Sandown. Brad Bourne into 2, and Sean Jamison leading the title out of Sandown. Kevin Stoopman 4th, Andrew McLeod 5th, Adam Lowndes 6th, an equal 6th, Tonks and James Jeske as well. Unfortunately, James hasn't joined us here this weekend after making his debut at Sandown in round number 1.
It's a really good field of cars. We've got 19, as you can see on the screens, but yes, 5 or 6 of the regulars aren't here this weekend. So come Phillip Island, they're expecting a grid of 25, 26 cars, nudging 30, which will be incredible to see a championship like Saloon Cars with such big numbers, back to what it was several years ago.
Yeah, before they were tapped on the shoulder and asked to please excuse themselves from Australian motorsport, they dug in, and this is what we're seeing, starting to see that growth again. There's plenty of these cars around the place that you can build one of these race cars. And I'm not going to say in the same numbers that XLs are, but there's certainly plenty of Falcons and Commodores that are in still decent condition that you can build a race car out of. Car 2 has gone to the lane. Daniel Johnson now up 2 places on this lap, as is Preston Pino. And Wayne King, of course, has gone in. That's car number 2, so dropping down out of the timesheets. Here's the Tonks car, currently in 13th place. And one of the more, I guess, best turned out cars. If there was a best presented award, this car would go pretty close pretty much every time as they go down into turn 1, out over the back of the ripple strip. So he's pushing hard here. Number 5, Pete Tonks doing a tremendous job. Off goes the green-eyed monster. So that's the 84 going through there.
That's Tate.
It is.
It's Tate, and as you say, the green-eyed monster. Quick recovery. It's a little slippery out there, still a bit moist. The grass around even the commentary box is still a little dewy, a little wet. So if you do go off quite far, you may struggle to find your way back onto the racetrack despite these lovely sunny conditions you can see that have greeted us this afternoon.
Peter Tonks caught by surprise there by the 28.
That's
pushing
Liccardo.
through. Liccardo's done a good job. In fact, so is Brett Tate. These guys are pushing from the back of the grid and making their presence known up inside 13th and 14th now. So there's the weather, 22.3 degrees, 50% chance of rain. And I'll tell you what, Dan,
That's
there's not a
not
cloud
rain.
in the sky.
That's
is it?
humidity.
Oh, humidity. There you go. It's a percentage point. Thanks for picking that up. You gotta have the kids on your side. Northwest, but there is it's almost a cloudless sky here today. So if you're around central Victoria and interstate this weekend, drop in and say good day to us at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, racing for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Notably, Daniel Johnson on the last lap set the fastest lap of the race, and Adam Lowndes just 1/10 slower. So these two on the screen right now are catching up to Pridmore around 3/4 of a second a lap. So with 12 laps to go, 12 minutes to go, there's certainly enough time to catch up to the second place man. So very much on to play for. Speaking to Johnson after qualifying, he was saying that didn't quite have the outright speed for qualifying, but he felt like he had a good race car, and that appears to be the case right in front of our eyes at this point in time.
Daniel also one of those competitors that presents a magnificent outfit every time he hits the track in the Team Johnson family racing team there as well, up on the Ripple Strip, and Lowndes just sees that in the Pro Plum car and gets a bit better run down under brakes. He's left and right, certainly letting Daniel know that he is ready and keen to go through in the Pro Plum entry. But Lowndes starting out of the second row right alongside Daniel, so they have been stuck together for the first 5 laps of racing for this weekend, and they know each other pretty well because this is how much they race each other. They're either line and astern of each other, sometimes mixes around, sometimes Lowndes is in leading Daniel, but Kevin Stoopman now out in front. Interestingly enough, Daniel Johnson last lap around was the fastest lap of the race at a 1:38.00. Our race leader Stoopman has just done his personal best fastest at 1:38.1. So at the moment it's that yellow and black Falcon car number 35, the fastest car on track, and you'd have to suggest that Lowndes is right there in the mix as well because he's pushing very, very hard. Preston Pino now working up into 6th place, started 7th. So good to see the bright green and black car going around, and here's the 34 Drive Events car of Andrew McSwain. Just lodged sort of just inside the top 10. Let's have a look at that. Stoopman to Pridmore, Daniel Johnson, Adam Lowndes, Andrew Williams in the 57, Preston Pino, Andrew McSwain, Tony Aldino, Angels Leoncini returning to the game, and Nash Harris now inside the 10 there as well. So that's been a really good push for Nash out of 12.
As we can see, Lowndes, we're just looking at just behind Johnson. He was really fast in round number 1, qualified 3rd, but unfortunately DNF in race number 1 put him on the back foot for the rest of the weekend. Race 2 is all about recovering. Wasn't too bad in race number 3, but certainly not the pile of points he would have wanted to come out of the round with. So he finds himself heading into this round 6th in the points, joint 6th with Peter Tonks. As we can see the cars exit to number 12, we're just going to get a replay.
Here's Tonks. Left the door nicely open there, very gentlemanly there in the Seniors Cup competitor, and the 28 of Liccardo goes through and does that very, very nicely indeed. So Peter Tonks really the only regular competitor from the Pensioners Cup, of course, brought to us by Excalibur Screwbolts, and very, very loyal supporter of the older guys and girls that go racing in the Victorian Saloon Car Series, and great trophy. I think there's a great encouragement to continue on. Of course, we always mention our great mate Jeffy Thomas, who had a bit of a struggle at Sandown. At one point, had to walk over and park himself behind the barriers to sit out one of the races at Sandown. But this is a ripping battle for, well, the last spot on the podium, and 2 races that know each other pretty well, most commonly do get together. Daniel Johnson just flowing the Falcon nicely. We're seeing Adam Lowndes getting, I'm going to suggest, a little bit frustrated, Dan, just trying to, last 2 laps ago, he was left and right. He was having a really, really good look. He was like Roy Kent. He was here, he was there, he was everywhere.
Bit of a slight defensive line there taken by Johnson into turn number 10. And Lowndes all over the back, probably closest he's ever been. In fact, he's swinging one to the inside. Going to force Johnson into a potential mistake. Johnson does run a little bit wide to leave him the space. And again at turn number 12. Nice room given, good respect from the two drivers. And Johnson holds on, but only just.
I tell you what, just watching the weight transfer on the Lowndes Commodore then, he was at absolute threshold of braking. I was waiting for the puff of smoke off that left front tyre. The right front tyre as he turned in and it unweighted it a little bit. But magnificent threshold braking there by the driver of car number 19, Lowndes. Down the inside this time, Daniel opens it up. Really got to be on it to get through here. Since they've opened up this corner here, you used to be able to try and stuff it down there when it was a little bit more of a right angle. But since they've opened it up, you've got to flow the car a lot better to even try and get through there.
It really does help with racing. We've said it since it occurred. It does improve racing in that section of track, that is for certain. And we just saw it in with our own eyes just there. And once again, Lowndes having a little look.
They arrive at that particular corner faster than they ever did before because the corner flows more. They're carrying more speed into the sweeper. But yeah, Daniel's doing a terrific job of just setting the wheel, and that is the trick to, I'm going to call it around the cleavage part of Winton Raceway. You dip in to the middle of those two right-handers with the left-hander and work your way through and just smoothly massage the car through there. And just that's what Daniel's doing. He's setting the angle, holding it nicely, and that's what he's got over Lowndes at the moment. It's up to Lowndes to make the move, isn't it? Yeah, he's behind. He has to, like I said, he's doing the best Roy Kent impersonation he can do.
Lowndes it is with the fastest lap of the race, 1:37.8. That's 2 tenths faster than what Johnson's been able to do. Johnson is slightly faster than Stoopman, his personal best on the previous lap. So it's all pretty tight in the top 4 in terms of fastest lap. There's a couple of tenths between them all. So Stoopman, as I say, 1/10 of a second. He extended his margin by over Pridmore on that last time. So you see Lowndes go for it once again.
This is some ripping driving between these two. Daniel giving him room, plenty of room. Gentlemanly done there by Daniel, gave him all the room he possibly could have wanted. But he's just again managed to flow the Falcon through there. He set the steering angle, left it open for Lowndes. If he could get through, he would have. Lowndes is now gone for those headlights and he's going, oh, I've done the left, the right, I've done the dive up the inside. Here it is now, and around they'll go. That'll put Daniel on the inside for the left-hander. And this is where the Falcon has been so strong over the last 9 laps. We've got about 75% of the race completed now. And these two are continuing to turn it on. Kevin Stoopman out in front over Pridmore, 1.58 second lead. Back to Daniel Johnson, 1.6 seconds and 0.3 between these two. Now that's not 0.3, that's this distance. We got one off down at turn 3, right in front of the Shannon sign. Yellow flags out down there and dust flies.
That's Liccardo off the road down at turn number 3, the rookie. Making a bit of a mistake, so stuck in the gravel trap. See whether we stay green, because this battle is mighty close for 3rd position. And in fact, I think Prestopino is catching. Well, he'll certainly be catching now if the safety car is deployed, as you say. That's a shame. We were in for a great run to the finish between these two. Hopefully it's a quick recovery and we can get back to it. But yes, it is Liccardo off the road down at turn number 3. You can still see the dust. It went off half a minute ago, but the dust still there to see. So yes, the safety car is out. And in fact, we're going to end the race slightly early. I think the safety car might be coming out. Oh, crikey, it's all happening here. So now it's the 481 machine of Mark Granger, who had a spin, and there's a bumper there as well. Here's a replay of the mistake.
All by himself, bit of a lock up. The rear shocklers gave up there too. And just in front of the Shannon's insurance sign, he goes in. And I'd just say a gentle blow there. Stoopman is slowing, but there is a safety car. Well, there was safety car boards out where we are, but they've been
I think maybe it's on the local yellows.
Local yellows, but
it does say safety car on the board, so a bit of confusion here. We're not exactly sure what's happening, but at this stage, yeah, it's certainly not Stoopman leading the way, that's sure. He's dropped down to at least fifth position behind Pridmore, so not quite sure what the go is at the moment, but we believe this is the final lap.
I would suggest this race is going to end in some controversy with yellow flags as well.
Well, Lowndes has got Johnson in all of that as well, so
after 9.5 laps gets through, there goes the checkered flag, and it's going to go to Kieran Pridmore. He'll get the win, and Kevin Stoopman will come home in 5th place at this point in time, going down. So we're going to have a quick look at when the lead does change. There we're looking at Johnson, and here comes Pridmore, and there's a bumper in the middle of the track there. That's what spooked Kevin Stoopman. There was looked like a front bumper, and he's also slowing there. So a bit of confusion reigning here, but he's going backwards certainly. I'm not even sure whose bumper that was. And Stoopman is certainly gesticulating out the window there. Was he telling him to slow down?
I think that was a slow down. So I think he was under the impression it was safety car, and the others are under the impression it was just a local yellow down at turn number 3. So pretty sure this is going to end up in the...
From where we are, Dan, we can see straight out to the flag point at turn 3, and there was an SC board being held out there for the best part of 30 or 40 seconds. So that will conclude that race. I'm not sure whether we pronounce a winner yet. I would say subject to, sitting on the fence here, Dan. We may not get a result until some things have been sorted out. But at the moment, Kieran Pridmore, I would say, has run a very good race and will be awarded the win over Lowndes, with Johnson into 3rd place. Then the conjecture will start with Prestopino in 4th, Kevin Stoopman, Andrew Williams. Great to see a result there into P6. Andy McSwain, Tony Ordino returning into 8th position in car number 4. Andrew Lancino also returning inside the 10. Nash Harris in the big Nash car. We had that great story brought to us by Matty Dunlop down there in the pits there as well. So there you have it. I'd say final results is what it says, Dan, but I would suggest they're not that final right now.
Yes, very much to be confirmed, I think. I think that might be discussed over the next couple of hours to work out exactly what was happened, who was in the right and who was in the wrong.
Can't take Adam Lowndes' fastest lap away from him, though, at a 1:37.8235. That was set earlier on in the race where there was complete and utter lack of controversy, but the field has returned into the pit and paddock area, and it looks like we've got the next field getting themselves set to go, the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. We'll take a quick break and we will be back trackside here with the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back in a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a bit of a delay here, recovery going on at turn 3 at the moment. Let's get a bit of a look at the Blendline TV Project Race Car. And if you don't get through it all, you can catch up with it all on YouTube. Back in a moment.
On this episode of Project Race Car, it's race day at Sydney Motorsport Park, and things don't go to plan. The day of the event, we had one practice session each to get to grips with the car and prepare before qualifying. After the dramas we encountered at the Friday night practice, it was decided that I should go out on track first and get some solid laps in the car, as I'd barely been able to turn a lap the night before.
Yeah, it was as soon as I hit that water over the track coming into that little kink.
After all the work we'd put into the car the previous night, we didn't feel like the car needed any changes, and instead decided to focus on laps as Dan jumped in the car for practice too.
Heaps better than last night. Heaps better.
Your time was all right. I think you probably got stuck in traffic a bit, which stuff.
Whenever they got past me, they were slower than us in a lot of the corners.
You did do a 2:14.8. So for reference, Richard was in the 2:11s. So, but you were 12th out of 19. So there are slower cars.
Yeah.
So it was a good effort, I think.
I stayed with him for the first half a lap, and then I had a mega slide through 5. I just couldn't stop having that slide. I'm obviously on the wrong line. The GoPro will be great, because round corporate one time, full sideways. There was cars behind me, and I was just like, I went in a bit quick, and it just like it brought the rear around, but it feels super better, like you can catch it.
So a couple of pointers. Jono said coming into the hairpin, need to brake a little bit earlier, just to pull it up a bit quicker, and swing wide but turn it in, so you want a late apex on that corner.
That's what I was trying to do, but it was just pushing in the mid.
Yeah, right.
It was sliding. I wasn't
just
braking.
give it a bit of brake earlier.
Yeah.
But other than that, pretty happy with that. 3 seconds faster than you managed last night. So that's a good effort.
Once I settled into what that nervousness felt like, it was a lot nicer. Do you know what I mean? Well, at turn 1, I'm actually wanting it. Because you're like, I need that nervous point in the middle of 1, because then I know I can get back on and push it through, you know. But you're waiting for that. You feel it, and you're like, yeah, great, plan it, go. You know, so. And I mean, I don't know the most of the track yet. I just reference 1 because I feel like I've started to know what 1 feels like more.
Finally, we were both feeling confident in the car. With practice done, it was time to get the event stickers on. Then, all that stood between us and the race was the driver's briefing and a qualifying session. To say our nerves were high would be putting it lightly.
Radio as if I'm there, if you have anything to say. Maybe that it goes back to this with the KPH there.
Dan was feeling confident, and the plan was to warm the tyres for a few laps before checking pressures and going back out for a couple of fast laps. But on the warm-up lap, Dan got a little bit excited.
Through the gravel, I thought I'd done damage to the front of the car. I was radioing him to look at the car. Is the car okay or what?
This side of the bumper's a little loose, but it's all right.
The track was drying out, Dan was gaining confidence, and the lap times were getting faster. Sitting second place in our class, Dan pushed for one final fast lap as the checkered flag fell.
I'm in the fence. The car.
He's done something to the car. You know what?
Yeah, just pissed off. I thought I was doing okay, you know.
The steering was totally busted.
Don't worry about it, man. Any pain back, you know.
That's very loose.
I don't think I got the wheels straight before we hit.
Yeah, the tyre rod's loose.
When I drove off, it was like steering wheel's full over, and you're like, what did you hit? The wall. Front and rear, hit the wall.
Lost a lot of camber, but not that much. Right, let's try and hose out all the mud we can. Bring it in, try and string it, and just see if I can get it close. Like it's, I can't see anything bent.
Dan spun it in. Quali, unfortunately, clipped a wall, so it's done a bit of damage. We're just trying to get it back to a drivable condition for the sprint race. We're going to use it basically as a practice session. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, man, because...
Well, you'll be able to continue watching Project Race Car on YouTube there, and I have no insight as to how that ends up, but clearly our star and our illustrious leader didn't have such a great day to that point. Let's hope they can get it back out. You can tune into Project Race Car on YouTube and enjoy all of that as we are about to enjoy getting back underway here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. Sports sedans making their way on track. Sports sedans on track, brought to us by the Groove Train, Eastland QP Lubes, Quality Performance Lubes, and of course the National Blind Suppliers, which, well, is our car sitting on the front row of the grid. Francois Habib, National Blind Suppliers. The Groove Train Eastland, get along there. Next time you've got a function, bring the friends, family and everyone along. Here is our grid for race number 1 for the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria here at round 2. And it is going to be, well, Dean Cam was going to be sitting on 2nd position, but Francois Habib got pole with a 126.42. Dean Cam next had an issue and won't be joining us in this race. Fantastic to see Ben McLeod in the red Commodore, a 129.34 in position number 3. Nathan Baines, who has taken over a car or bought a car familiar to us all, ran McGlurkin's old 180SX, and Nathan Bain now driving that car, I believe works at GMSV during the week, so jumping behind the wheel of this 180SX, pretty well sorted, that ran at McGlurkin, spent a number of seasons, and I think it was like taking his firstborn away from him, but he has certainly got big things coming in a Sports Sedan Space Rame car in the not too distant future. We look forward to seeing what Rand has got, but certainly Nathan Bain has done a terrific job with a 129.62 to get on 4th on the grid. Greg Lynch next, who won a race last season at Phillip Island, but he's down the field a bit, I would suggest, down in 5th in the number 22 Commodore. Cam McKee right alongside, really looking forward to seeing what Cam can do. Mark Durbin in that massive green Falcon will be looking awesome. Jason Lee, first time competitor here this weekend, a very big welcome to Jason, and we look forward to seeing the number 70 car and doing a tremendous job, a BMW E46. Grey in colour, and he will be starting out at position number 8. David Shaw will be next. Warren Clellan, great to see Warren back on the track as well in car number 33. The Bar Crusher Boat Succeedy Clutch race driver, the Mazda RX-7. Great to see a rotary back out there on track. Then it goes back to Daniel Blizzard, another brand new competitor in Sports Sedans here for this season, and we welcome him as well. So Dan off position number 11. Grid has formed. Francois Habib in the old Tasman Motorsport supercar on the front row. Right behind him, Ben McLeod. Behind him is Greg Lynch in that HRT liveried car. And for his first race in Sports Sedans, Nathan Baines has a clear run down to turn number 1 out of position number 4. Let's watch the 42. That black 180SX gets away nicely. Goes line astern. Cam McKee gets a ripping start in the Falcon. But Greg Lynch, the 3 Commodores, big horsepower cars drive away. There's Nathan Bain. Doesn't lose a spot technically there. Dan McCarthy just lobs into position number 4.
Yes, she's technically doesn't lose the spot. To see McKee now up the inside as well. So it's 4 V8s now at the front of the field. As we see the number 42 machine of Nathan Baines falling back to 5th. So interesting start. I don't think particularly anyone on the front couple of rows made a blinding start. It was all quite similar. As we see Baines running a little bit wide around through the sweeper on this opening lap. So a dozen cars with us for this one. So Dean Cam should have started from 2nd, but unfortunately got towed back to the pits at the end of qualifying. I was going to see what was up with the car, but it was all hands on deck. I thought I'd leave the team to it. Clearly though, a mechanical issue that they have not been able to resolve in time for this race. Fingers crossed that car will be out for tomorrow.
There's Nathan Baines now. He has a good look up at Cam McKee. Bought this car pretty well sorted. Cam looks to have a splitter issue on the front of that car, something flapping around up the front. That will be giving him massive feedback from the front end of the 44 Falcon. There it is, massive engine bay fluting on the top of the bonnet there to get the heat out, and just dipping in around the top part of the track now. Where is Baines? And definitely we called it a couple of corners ago that the splitter was definitely coming loose there, and there it is, dragging along the track. In fact, now you can see it just banging along underneath the Falcon there. Mark Durbin just coming into the back of shot there in his big green Falcon. Always love seeing that car. It's something a bit different out there, and does it thump the ground on its way past.
How's Francois Habib? He's gone. 5.7 seconds on the opening lap. See you later, alligator. He's just waving goodbye in the mirrors. He's gone. Bolted on lap number 1. He's just almost got to bring it home from there with a margin that big. 19 minutes still to go though. McLeod and Lynch line astern. 1 second the margin between those two. And then McKee, this is a great livery, great car. Love this machine out on the track. Really does hark back to the Australian Touring Car Championship days of the 80s, doesn't it?
Yeah, but boy, it's a good sports sedan. There's Jason Lee, number 70, jumping on board this BMW. Took him about 6 months, got the car, picked it up from Wodonga, and he's prepared it ready for this year's season. And it's a BMW at Mount Panorama a couple of weeks ago was the brand to have, wasn't it? If you wanted to be out in front, you needed to have one. Pretty much they all look like this sort of M3 four-door type of look, or the coupe type thing, but certainly great to have Jason joining the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedan Championship.
What I liked about the 6 hours, you do have BMWs all at the pointy end, but it's the different models, the M3, the M4 and the M2 competition, and it's interesting, even in those cars, you can see the strengths and weaknesses of the different cars, and you certainly got that in sports sedans as well, with such a large variety of race vehicles out there on the racetrack.
Great to see Nathan Bain grabbing this Rand McGurkin built car by the throat and giving it a really good shake. In fact, sitting up there in position number 5 in his first ever race in the Groove Train Eastland Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. In fact, his first circuit race here this weekend. We're just getting info that car number 33 is start line infringement, which was Warren Clellan. That's a real shame. Warren hasn't been racing for a couple of seasons now. Now he's getting a 5-second post-race penalty added to his race score. Here's Cam McKee. Fantastically turned out car. Really very, very proud how he turns out his Red Falcon XR6 model, and does a tremendous job driving this. Just getting it nice and easily through the top end of the Winton Raceway layout. Power down now past the 888 home loan sign and turns into, well, what I call the new section of the track. It's probably 24, 25 years old now, but still a new section of the track, that's for sure. Here's Blizzard, the Fox Plumbing entry, brand new competitor here this season as well. So fantastic to see Dan, number 77 there. Started off in go-karts, went Formula Vee racing for a bit. Had a big break over a couple of years, and believe it or not, this is a car that he bought off. Well, it was Marcus Zakanovic's 2006 championship-winning car in Commodore Cup. It's gone for a more of a supercar style front aero package on it with side skirts, rear bar and rear wing. Done some track days and stuff on it, and wants us to acknowledge Fox Plumbing Group. Great to see another car on track with bringing a new sponsor to the game as well. So a very big welcome to Dan Blizzard, number 77.
Really nicely presented, isn't it?
Still got a 253 in it, so it's still full spec Commodore Cup type of car in the drive line. So we all know what type of racer Marcus Zakanovich was. He was a never say die type of competitor, and you can catch everything about his career on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast if you want to catch that.
He says while wearing the t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen.
So here we go. There is Warren Clellan. He has got the 5 seconds there in the Bar Crusher Boats RX-7. Magnificent looking race car. I don't care whether it be a sports sedan or be a production car trim. This model RX-7 is just a glorious looking piece of kit.
Certainly is. That's Warren Clellan with the 5-second penalty, so they'll drop him behind Blizzard at this point in time. So those two rounding out the top 10 at the moment. But I'm sure his eyes will be looking ahead. He won't be looking behind. He'll be looking at the number 94, the Ford AU Falcon of David Shaw, just a couple of seconds further down the road. Just 1.7 seconds the margin at the end of the previous lap. As we look a bit further up the field, this is the battle for 6th position between the number 20 car of Durbin and the number 70 car of Lee.
I like the way the King George Tavern jump on this car. They've gone, all right, we want to sponsor a racing car. We want to have the biggest possible sign. Oh, an old Falcon. King George Tavern down the side of it. Very, very subtle. And Derbs is doing a terrific job there. Car number 20, muscling his way through here. You'd have to suggest that the Falcon's probably not the ideal car for the Winton layout, and I would suggest that Nathan Baines has probably got the other one there, and also our newcomer there in Jason Lee in his BMW, and he's starting to move up onto the back of the Falcon here. So good to see the new guys in the category starting to push on hard for the Groove Train Eastland.
Lee will certainly have the advantage around the corners and under brakes, but certainly won't be able to just slipstream by and fly down the straight, that's for certain. I'm pretty sure the Falcon's got a few more horses under the motor. This is where the Falcon will really struggle, and we see a change for second position. That is a Lynch. He's made the move and got past. Oh, sorry, no, that is Lynch with McClogan catching up in number 4, McKee catching up on the tail. Sorry, so that is a battle for third. So yeah, Lynch coming under pressure. If we look at the last laps through, Lynch a 31.6 and McKee a 31.3. And yeah, once again, 8 tenths taken out this time. So Lynch 31.5 and McKee 30.7. So it's certainly closing up at this point in time. As you see, a little bit further behind Baines is certainly not out of contention either. In fact, he's catching up. He was a 30.7 as well. So both of these two catching up with Lynch in the battle for third position. With about halfway through the race gone, in the words of Murray Walker, with half the race done, there's still half the race to go.
Fantastic there. Great to see a young fellow referring back to the great Murray Walker. Fastest lap there, a 1:29.28 from Francois Habib. Francois had a really good run at this event last year. He got a third and 2 seconds out throughout the weekend, and his fastest lap was 1:27.87. So not being pushed here. So he's out in front. He's just basically doing what he wants to do. He's gone best part of 1.8 seconds a lap faster last year when Tony Groves and Dean Cam were pushing him along. So he came second to Tony Groves in race 1 for the weekend and also in race 3 for the weekend. So Francois Habib knows his way to be in front, has not been in front, but now he has an uninterrupted view of the track in front of him and doing it nicely indeed. He's got himself the best part of 14-second lead over Ben McLeod. And we go back to Greg Lynch now. There's still that puff of smoke coming out from the splitter dragging on the ground underneath Cam's car. Here's the RX-7. Got that new, I'm going to call letterbox opening in the bonnet of the number 33 there. So getting a whole lot of fresh air on board. And the Bar Crusher boats, magnificent fishing boats. Check them out in Dandenong and Ringwood Automatics here with Warren Clellan. And just in front of Warren is the Shaw Falcon.
I think the Falcon was going very slowly there on the run to turn number 10, so the Mazda all over the tail of him now. Certainly some smoke coming out the back, that is for sure. And yes, the number 33 car pulls easily alongside, which you wouldn't expect to see on a big V8 engine machine. So yeah, certainly the 94 of Shaw not in perfect health with 11 minutes to go. Fingers crossed he can, yeah, it doesn't even sound right as it passes the camera. This will be a good shot. Let's listen in, hear the Falcon.
Yeah, certainly the Alpine Building Permits car of David Shaw there. Car number 94 struggling, the AU. And that's a real shame. It was going well. But Cam McKee, have a look at this 44 bolted together beautifully. We really look after this car, make sure it's all good. I guess at the moment the only issue is that splitter, which here at Winton doesn't take anywhere near as much effect as it would say at Phillip Island. You'd definitely know about it. There's also the Fox Plumbing car of Blizzard just slowing down as he comes around turn number 5. So he's slowing there as well. So that's a shame. Debut in the category in the ex-Marcus Zukanovic Championship winning Commodore Cup car. Here's our cars that are 3rd and 4th on the road at the moment. And just in the back of shot, Nathan Baines. He's pedaling that 180 SX very, very hard at the moment. And really good display of driving from Nathan in a car new to him. Only wheeled it out of Rand's shed a number of weeks ago and has fronted up here this weekend. Done a bit of fettling. There's the 77 I referred to. That is the Blizzard entry. And that's a real shame to see the car not making it through to the end of the race. Well, it could, but at the moment it's going to be very, very slow as he gets his way around there. So a big welcome to Dan, but unfortunately he's not going to make it to the end there. Nathan Baines, the debutant, also going through as we complete 9.5 minutes left in this race. So you'd have to suggest, Dan, that we might get through to about 13, 14 laps for sports sedans. It's a pretty long journey around Winton for a sports sedan, up and down the gearbox for high horsepower beast. But at the moment, Francois Habib has not put a foot wrong. He is just ticking boxes out in front and has got himself nearly a 14-second lead.
Yeah, 25 minutes this afternoon. First race tomorrow, 20 minutes, and then 25-minute feature race once again to finish the weekend. Not the last lap, the one before, it was the first time McLeod in second place had gone faster than Habib, but it was only by half a second. So Habib looking very nice and pretty good for the championship as well, because he was coming into this weekend in, where are we, 6th position in the championship, but all 5 of the people above him are either not here or not currently out there on the racetrack in the garage, such as Dean Camp. So this will elevate him up the standings. It's been a really frustrating start for Dean Camp's season, winning the first 2 races at Sandown, DNF in the final race, and then a DNS in this one. Certainly got the pace, but he needs to be out there collecting points to win the prize at the end of the year.
Just casting my eye over the field, in fact, Dean's probably the most experienced sports sedan racer in the field here this weekend. Been around a long, long time, spent the best part of a decade running with the Corvette, around with the Kerrick National Series with sports sedans, and a real shame to come to the track and you see Dean as an entry. You really want to see the car out on track. It's a real shame that it isn't, and I tell you what, Dean will be wishing I'm not saying this, because he'll be wanting it out on track as well.
Certainly something to look at, isn't it? It really does catch your eye, a bit like the Tom Randall Saab that we saw here, at Sandown for the opening round. Tom doing a very nice job out there.
G. Francois is just tickling this car around. He's just gently applying the throttle, not getting any wheel spin, going through the gearbox, and just really enjoying, I guess, having an uninterrupted view of the racetrack to do with what you want on it. He has set the fastest lap of the race at 1:29.28, and I did allude to the fact that last year Francois did a 1:27.8, so he's the best part of 1.2 off his best time he's done in this car. He's also got another car in the shed, being ready to go. He bought the ex-Bob Gill Championship winning Falcon. As we're just getting a look at Greg Lynch, the dentist out of the northern suburbs, is just going a bit slow there. That's the Commodore in the front of this pack there, as we see Warren Clellan now. This is getting pretty willing, the 33 and the 94 at the moment. This is 4th place, and it is for places 8 and 9 on the track in the Groove Train Eastland and Victorian sports sedans.
I do want to slightly correct myself. Dean Cam was second in the first 2 races. Tom Randall won all 3 in his sports sedans in Sandown. So yeah, Dean Cam, the leader coming into this round, and the person doing all of the rounds in terms of taking 2 race wins. With if you exclude Tom Randall, who really did dominate the opening round of the season. As we see this battle continue, McKee in 4th position, with Baines not too far behind, hot on his heels. He's looking in front and he's looking behind at the moment. Certainly a tight battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th position on the racetrack.
Warren Clellan again in the 33, just making his way through the S's here. Car looks to be a bit of a handful for him at the moment. Doesn't seem to be pointing quite as well as it used to. And it's been a number of seasons since we've seen that RX-7 out there, and the Falcon chasing him in there. So unfortunately, Jason Lee and Dan Blizzard, our 2 debutants, this one as well, car number 42, but the other 2 that are on debut here this weekend are parked up in pit lane. But here's Nathan Baines. He's doing a tremendous job in a car that has taken numerous seasons to be settled down and to be developed, and done some really good racing with Rand McGlurkin. And now Nathan doing a tremendous job. Boy, I tell you what, if you debuted in the Victorian sports sedans and you started your career in sports sedans and you came home 5th, I think you'd be pretty happy out there indeed. So that'd be cool.
Sounds like we have a couple of our sports sedans regulars watching on the live stream today. Shame you can't be with us, but I hope you're enjoying the sports sedans action on the Blendline TV live stream here at Winton Motor Raceway. See the cars come across the line. 4.5 minutes now on the clock. The margin has continued to come down, so McKee now less than 2 seconds now. The margin took a further 2 tenths out of Lynch on the previous lap through. So it seems to me that Lynch is extending the margin around the first sector, but then the tight, twisty stuff, McKee really closes the margin down. And then once again, Lynch extends that margin in the third sector. So yeah, it's very toing and froing, a bit like an accordion effect out there on the racetrack at the moment.
Well, in this day and age of being able to communicate with everybody in an instance, I'll throw the challenge down to Rand McLurkin and Stuart Eustace to see both of them at the next round of the championship at Phillip Island. Enjoy the coverage, gents, and invite all your friends and family along. Join us and enjoy the Sports Sedan racing. Gee, it'd be good to see a marked car and another new car on track. I'm talking about Stewie and Rand McLurkin, who are very busy on social media as we speak.
Yes, marked cars fit really nicely into sports sedans, don't they?
They do.
Big loud engines, really fast cars. They really do fit very nicely into sports sedans, that is for certain. So it'd be great to see that back out on the racetrack. But the next round, Phillip Island. So we've gone to Sandown here at Winton, and then Phillip Island for the next one. Another completely different circuit again.
Yeah, and it's these cars too, an ex-supercar. They've got so much setup data from when these cars were run professionally. They just put a set of springs and tyre pressures in it, and away it goes, really. Your bespoke sports sedan is a whole lot more of a different beast to get running. Have a look at how flat this car sits. It just does it all very, very nicely. And Francois has acquitted himself very well. We know from when international drivers come and drive these cars in, I'm talking professional drivers, they struggle for quite some time. Under-tired, overweighted, very little effective aero package on them, and Francois is doing a brilliant job. He's got himself a 12-second lead, so he's just eased off the pace a little bit. In fact, he's eased off by over 1.5 seconds a lap. Still sees him as the fastest car on track at the moment.
Yes, as you say, it's got such history, this car, of course, ex-Tasman Motorsport car. In 2005, driven by none other than Jamie Whincup. So yes, a car with an awful lot of history.
We're just being fed some information that the Calibra, which we'll see with Brad McGurkin, is being worked on whilst joining us here on the stream. Great to see some people also joining us at the track. The weather is just absolutely magnificent here as we see the Group Train Eastland Sports Sedans head off on their last lap. This guy leading the way. I think we'll stay with him on this great looking livery, being driven very, very nicely, applying the power, not wringing the neck of this car. He has absolutely no need to wring the neck of the car. Ben McLeod, the next car on the road. Now there's a guy wringing the neck of his red Commodore. In fact, he is really trying to push on with this. In fact, he's now just done his personal best on the second last lap of this race. So they'll get 14 laps completed, and that is a long way in a very, very hot sports sedan, albeit that it's not exactly hot here today, but you're in beautiful sunny sky.
A bit further back, Lynch has really extended the margin over McKee. It was down to 2 seconds at one point only a couple of laps ago. It's now out to 8.8 seconds. So whether McKee's made a mistake off camera or Lynch has just put his foot down and said, nah, this is mine, mate. I'm having third position. Not quite sure, but yes, certainly he's put it beyond McKee's reach in the closing laps of this race. As you can see, Francois Habib into the penultimate turn, number 11, and swinging it into the right-hander. Turn number 12 for what we believe is the final time as he roars down pit straight. And checker flag is waved. Francois Habib wins race number 1 of the Sports Sedans series here at Winton Motor Raceway, followed by Ben McLeod, who again on the final lap sets his personal best, first time into the 29s, 129.58, and interestingly, that's actually only 0.3 slower than Habib's fastest lap.
Yeah, so he's really pushed right hard all the way to the end there, Ben. So we saw this guy very much mature over last season, and this year he's really giving it a good nudge. And I would certainly suggest that Dan Blizzard and Jason Lee to have a chat to Ben, because he's gone about it in a very good way. He never damaged the car. There was nothing untoward done. Just got faster and faster and faster, and he's really starting to reap the rewards now, getting on a podium for race 1 at round 2 of the championship there.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Only 8 finishes in the end in that one. It was a very attritional affair. We see a couple of cars crossing the line Still so, yeah, in the end. Habib from McLeod, 8.5 seconds the margin at the end of the race. And rounding out the podium was Greg Lynch in the Commodore. And here are the official results for you on the screen now. So, yeah, Greg Lynch, 21.4 seconds off the lead, ahead of Cameron McKee. Nathan Baines, great debut appearance, top 5. That's really
fantastic,
good.
isn't it?
Really
Yeah, that's
good.
something really to hang your hat on. Unfortunately, not every day is going to be like that in racing, but if you get a nice result on your first time out, that's a ripper, and really congratulations to him and also to Rand for, getting the car out there again and all of the development work he's done with that. Mark Durbin home in the big green Falcon there with Roran Clellan in the black RX-7, and David Shaw also getting home there as well. Liam Blizzard not finishing, Cam and Brown not starting, as there goes Durbin in that big mean Falcon. We're not too far away to welcoming out onto track the Porsche 944s. We'll welcome Matt Dunlop back to the central commentary, and he has got Victorian Motorsport's most special guest and special comments guy right alongside of him, Victorian Motorsport's very own James Hunt. Jack Attlee will be with you in just a few moments. We'll be back very soon.
Yes, we're back live on Blendline TV with race 1 of the 944 Challenge here at Winton Motor Raceway. My name is Matt Dunlop, and it is great to be back in the commentary box. It's been so long for myself. And Jack Attlee is joining alongside me, and it's a pleasure to have you alongside, Jack. He's just taken a swig of water, and I've stitched you up immediately.
Thanks very much, Matty. Absolutely sensational to be back for round 2, and where else would you rather be than this magnificent country circuit of Winton Motor Raceway? It is looking an absolute picture today. Very light breeze, and we've got a whole pile of Porsches all set to go for round 2. Very much looking forward to this one. Cam Bella, of course, the four-time champion, is off pole position. Ryan Woods, great to see him back in the category after a few years absent. He's been racing HQs, but what a way to come back. He's starting off the front row. Mark Verdino had a really good qualifying session there. He's out of row 2, but position 3, alongside Adam Brewer, who is sitting second in the championships. Joey Callock, the 1-800 lasagna man himself, and of course El Presidente. Mark Torbert's coming off a Bathurst win very recently in the past couple of weeks. Chris Lewis-Williams, now this will be a guy to watch. He is a former champion in the category. He's coming alongside Tony Westaway there, which is great to see Tony back in the category too. Josh Brisbane looks sensational in that bright green car, and he loves the Winton track. Carter Fox, young guy, really having a great run, and he's in his top 10, which is his PB for qualifying. Keith Mariner, the expat Englishman, and Tony Andrzejewski, number 27, coming out of that row. Then Andy Jackman. Andy Jackman coming off a win in the Bathurst 6 Hour a couple of weeks ago. So he'll tell you all about that if you haven't heard about it. Richard Howe, the veteran, and then John Vanoris and Jimmy Mitchell rounding out the 16-car field.
We're just seeing a couple of cars pull into the correct spots at the back of the grid, but everyone is lined up and we are not very far away from a race start at all. It is Bella on pole with Ryan Woods next to him on the grid on his return. First time in a 944 since 2017. The revs are building. We're so set to go and we're underway at Winton. Both great jumps from the front row. Cameron Bella is going to have the line and he's going to have the edge as he comes in. He's actually pulled away quite a bit, so he's going to easily make his way into turn one. Ryan Woods comes in behind with Adam Brewer, third ahead of Mark Cadino in the number 44 car there. A little bit of scrapping behind. Jimmy Mitchell gets into the dirt a little bit into turn two, but he keeps it on and it's very tidy as we go through turns 1 and 2 on our way into 3.
Yeah.
Look at everyone trying to scramble for real estate in these early stages, Jack.
Definitely tightens up as you get down into turn 3 and turn 4. They really want to get the drive there, heading around the sweeper. There's Tony Andrzejewski all over the back of young Carter Fox. So Tony's been around for a while, and he's certainly a very experienced guy. But looking up the front is the usual suspects. In fact, Cameron Bella, although Ryan Wood already ducking under Cameron Bella. What a move by Ryan Woods. Unbelievable.
How good is this? Ryan Woods, his first race back in Peter Doherty's old car, is having it side by side with Cameron Bella on the first lap, and he's going to take position through turn number 9 and he's going to have a run down. What an incredible start to his 2022 campaign, his first outing, but they're side by side again. This is brilliant. We've only just started and they're already scrapping like this. Everyone behind them must be licking their chops thinking if these two tangle up, we're going to sweep through and take the win here.
Absolutely sensational. Real big statement straight away by Ryan Woods, trying to really attack the champion Cam Bella. Cam's pretty good though at controlling races, so he will have a look at that. He's not going to try anything really foolish in the first lap or two. Ryan's really keen to get moving, and you've got Adam Brewer just sort of sitting back and just watching this all unfold, and Mark Verdino sitting there pretty comfortably in 4th, but it's close in the mid-pack as Chris Lewis-Williams also looking to make a move there on Mark Torbitz.
Confirmation of your screens there. Joey Kellick, the 1-800 lasagna man himself, has copped a 5-second penalty for jumping the start, so that's going to impact his race time as we get towards the end. But we are seeing Carter Fox and Josh Brisbane, two of my favourite looking cars on the grid, to be honest. Yeah. And they're in a very close scrap here. I think Carter's going to have a look into 3. That's happening behind Tony Westaway right now, who is returning to the 944 field this weekend. It's great to see the Westaway name back in the 944. Such an esteemed family who has such a long history in this category. Tony's going to be sharing that car with his son Jamie for a few races throughout this year, so it'll be great to see both of those guys throughout the year.
Yeah, they certainly turn out a great race car, the Westoways, and they're a big name in this racing category in the Porsche 944s. Of course, Jamie Westaway is a multiple champion. He's missing this round, but he'll be back hopefully for the next round at Phillip Island or whenever he returns to the series. But of course, Tony, yeah, excellent to see him back there. We're looking at Carter Fox, and as you say, the bright green car of Josh Brisbane absolutely glistening in the winds and sunshine. Carter's going to really try and attack Josh there. Carter's really lifted his game lately. He's a younger guy in the category, but he's had a personal best in qualifying this morning, so he's definitely looking to move up the field and sitting in the top 10 there and just enjoying his run.
And that car's certainly got the stuff to be at the front when it does get there. That is the ex-John Kennedy car, of course, which was dueling hand over fist with Cameron Bella and Jamie Westaway not too long ago, back when John Kennedy was racing in the 944 category. So it's a serious bit of kit he's got underneath in that car number 7. And now we are seeing, we've got a battle here for 5th. That's Mark Torbitz holding off Chris Lewis-Williams, a series leader. He's actually having a lunge into turn 1. He might have a look here, but he's going to tuck in right behind Mark Torbitz. Fastest lap goes to the leader, Cameron Bella, with a 1:35.54 or thereabouts, but he's not shaking Ryan Woods. He's still within a second.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very tight at the front there. It's a very tight and technical track, Winton. The real key with it to get the speed out of it is to just sort of throw it into corners, point and shoot, but you're always busy, as the words of the great Dick Johnson always said, you're always busy here. It's like driving around a clothesline was the word I was looking for, exactly. But you are definitely always busy here. You're always turning. It's point and shoot. It's not so much a flowing track like a high speed of Phillip Island or the power of Sandown. This is a really technical circuit, so You've got to throw the car into the corners and get the drive out of the corners, and you're always busy here all the way throughout the race.
And it's the combination of such a technical track that we have here at Winton, plus these cars being so meticulously designed for a sporty handling car in perfect balance, left to right, and I think front to back as well. I think they're 50-50 all the way around.
Yeah.
So for what these cars represent in terms of the value that you get for the money that you pay for them, it's a really, really good test.
Look, I mean, they're a Porsche race car. There's no doubt about it. They were made for Le Mans, and Le Mans is coming up in a couple of months, and they were initially made for Le Mans. They are an incredibly well-balanced car, and that's why when you get to a circuit like Winton, which is tight and twisty, you can really feel the handling, and it's really important to get the handling right on these cars. But these cars are very beautifully set up, as you see Campbell going through turn 1. And there's Torbitz with a fight. Chris Lewis-Williams has just nabbed you going into turn 1. That's a really gutsy move there. You're hitting into turn 1 at around about 170, 180 kilometres an hour mark before you're hard on the brakes. Throw it through the S's and then drive it up the hill and then down into these two corners, which is turn 3 and turn 4.
Had him around the outside through turn 1 as well. He had that locked in before he even got to the inside of turn 2, so that's a great move. But it looks like he's getting away. He's definitely streaking ahead now, so Mark Torbitz is dropping back, unless I've missed something there. No, that's right. So Mark Torbitz is dropping back a little bit, and he's got Joey Kellogg right behind him. I'm getting the two white cars confused here. I've got to get on top of that. So Chris Lewis-Williams, championship leader for a reason, is streaking ahead in 6th position, trying to make up as many of those points as he can. Whoa! Big move for Mark Torbitz!
Yeah, he's thrown it round there. Yeah, he may have had an issue there. He just got passed by Chris Lewis-Williams coming into turn 1 and 2, but he's either just got light in the rear there or literally just thrown it into the corner a little bit too hot, but he's dropping down the order, and that's a real shame for Mark Torbitz. Obviously very experienced campaigner, certainly knows this track very well. I know he had a couple of valve issues with that engine, and he has replaced that yesterday. He said to me this morning that the car was feeling a bit better, but you know, he's just thrown it off the racetrack, and you're paying for the black stuff. So
yeah, what a shame for Mark Torbitz, and it's such a shame as well when you have to wait for all the traffic to pass before you can get back into the race, because that just throws you right down the field. So yeah. Chris Lewis-Williams actually just made up another spot there into 5th. So we're just seeing him dropping down the timing screen, Mark Torbitz, as we now look at Ryan Woods, who's still within. He's actually closing that gap up once again to Cameron Bella. So these two are pretty much on par. Cameron Bella's not getting too far ahead, but Ryan Woods is not letting him get away either. I'm really excited to see how this battle shapes up towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it's a sensational performance, really, when you look at Ryan Woods here. I mean, he's come out of HQ Racing. He was racing in the 944 back in 2016, 2017, so he knows the car. Went away for a few years, raced in another category, but has come back and straight away. That is highly competitive to be that close to Cameron Bella, who we all know is, you know, a multiple champion in the category and very used to winning races, very used to leading races as well. And certainly as well, Adam Brewer and Mark Verdino are stepping in there too. I mean, it's pretty close all round at the front. Adam Brewer, I'm liking his consistency at the moment. He's currently sitting 2nd in the championships, so he's really just banking the points, as Bella now starting to maybe draw away slightly from Ryan there.
Consistency is the name of the game, especially with the point system that we use here in State Series, because last time out in Sandown, Cameron Bella won 2 races, including the feature race in the middle, but DNF race 1, and that put him all the way down to 4th in the standings, whereas Adam Brewer, as you said, 2nd in the standings with a 2nd and 2/3. So winning is great, but it's only a little bit extra than just scoring a high position, and consistency is the key, because you want it to be up there in the mix, and it rewards keeping your nose clean, keeping it onto the black stuff, and also building a car and setting your car up in the right way that you can avoid mechanical failures and keep it pointing in the right direction week in, week out. So that's half the battle, and Adam Brewer, as you said, has been nailing that ever since he joined the 944 Challenge.
Yeah, I mean, he's really in for he wants a consistent year, Ads. He's got the pace in the car, he's got the speed within himself. He's really, he's one of the top 3, I'd say top 4 drivers in the category, Adam Brewer, but he lacked a little bit of solid consistency, and that's what his plan is this year. And if he can continue to do it, it is a long championship. You've got 3 races this weekend, so you've really got to continue to bank the points. And exactly as you said, Matty, that a couple of DNFs can really hurt you. You look at Bella, he's actually dropped down because he had the DNF at Sandown, but now he's picked up the game, whereas Chris Lewis-Williams That's what he's gunning for here. Chris is currently sitting in 5th, and he knows that he needs to keep banking the points in order to keep leading the championship.
He certainly does. And even sitting in 5th at the moment is not the worst place for him, because if he pushes it too hard and bins it, and that's going to cost him way more than it would to sit in 5th. We're just trying to see what's caused that hump and smoke through turn 10 there. But we're not sure at the moment, as we see Mark Torbets and Josh Brisbane coming through it. So everyone still seems to be out on the track at the moment. No cars beached, no sign of a safety car or yellows or anything like that.
Yep.
So all systems go, fair play on, I reckon.
They're pretty much all behaving themselves this afternoon, the boys, which is fantastic. But look, an absolutely stunning afternoon to go for a race, and one of the best tracks we've got in Australia, really, at Winton. As I said, it's a technical, tight, twisty kind of track. You need to be pushing the whole time, and you'll get quite warm. You've got a 25-minute race here, so you've got a 3-layer driving suit, you've got balaclava, you've got thermal underwear under it, and you've got a helmet as well. So you're really going to start to feel the heat over a 25-minute race, but you need to work on building up your race and just staying in the game as much as you can, and you never know what can happen with a few laps to go.
Some of these drivers even like to run cool suits in their cars,
yeah,
which is something you often see in the highest levels of elite motorsport, especially in supercars and the like, just to keep the drivers cool. So a few of the drivers, I know Mark Torbets has a setup in his car, have elected to run those cool suits just to keep them cool. Not everyone, of course, and they're definitely not essential or required, but some drivers do find them to be a big help, as we're just seeing Keith Mariner on the back of Tony Andrzejewski here. Bit of a battle happening in the lower sort of midfield. Richard Howe's behind there. Richard Howe is like one of the stalwarts of 944 racing, but unfortunately to start this year he's had a couple of mechanical gremlins that he hasn't really been able to fully overcome, so lacking a little bit of pace in that car, but still getting as stuck in as he physically can.
Yeah, certainly very, very experienced campaigner, Richard Howe. You can see him there, the number 8. Certainly knows this track incredibly well, and that's a tight mid-pack. You've got Keith Mariner just in front of him, and Keith had a string of top 10 finishes at round 1 at Sandown, and of course was it Tony Andrzejewski? Yeah, Tony Andrzejewski just in front of him. Tony Andrzejewski, of course, well-known Porsche campaigner, and certainly very, very cool customer under the pressure. So, but it's those guys are fighting for the mid-pack there. Good to see Keith Mariner sticking within his top 10. They'll continue to just build their race up with another 10 minutes to go.
As we look at the timing bar on the left-hand side, we see that Chris Lewis-Williams is still on the charge, and he's in fact right on the back of Mark Verdino, now challenging for 4th place. We'll get to that shot in a second as we still look at Tony Andrzejewski in front of Keith Mariner as they come to the turn 1-2 chicane. It's, I guess you can call it a chicane, it's just very relative to the rest of the track and how big it is. It's very, it still sort of behaves like 2 corners. You have to really get the line through there, really nailed it, because you want to carry as much momentum as you can down the short old pitch straight into turn 3, as we now see this battle. Mark Verdino holding off Chris Lewis-Williams, who's trying to find every single avenue he possibly can to get around him through turn 9.
Yeah, absolutely. To touch on what you said earlier there, for sure, Matty, that it is definitely 2 corners, and I can tell you firsthand that the second half of that corner can bite you. If you get out on the marbles on the left, you've got a wall of champions which can certainly come into play. So you've got to be careful coming into turn 2, but you've got to get the drive up the hill and flow the car and continue to flow the car throughout the whole circuit. That's the key with the 944s, is keeping the momentum up through all the corners. They're very well balanced, but they like to be flowed. That's how you get the real speed out of the corner. And you can see that Chris Lewis-Williams, who knows very much what he's doing, has just got around Mark Verdino.
So the championship leader in the 2023 944 Challenge moves his way up into 4th position, brings home some extra handy points. I say he's brought them home. We haven't finished this race yet. I can't speak too early, but he's looking pretty good as things stand. And he did mention getting the flow right through corners. And in these cars, as we see a nice little battle here, drag racing down the main straight, Keith Mariner, Richard Howe, and that is, who is that behind him? That's Mark Torbets trying to get back into the mix as well. So this battle is not over yet. Keith Mariner might lose a couple of spots here in successive corners. In fact, he has. And Mark Torbets is still going to be pushing to try and recover as many points as he can after that unfortunate spin earlier in the race.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully Torbsy, can build his way back up through the race there. By the looks of that, the car is still actually running okay, and there's certainly 2 absolute veterans of the 944 Racing Series, Mark Torbets and Richard Howe, and they never give up. And of course, it is, as I said, it is a long race. But if you look at back up the front of the field and look at Ryan Woods, he's literally kept that gap very, very close to Campbell. We're still looking at the veterans here, Richard Howe, Mark Torbitz, who's going to have a dive under Howe there, but didn't quite grab him into the tight right-hander. You're hard on the brakes there. You want to turn this left and drive it out of this corner. Again, really tight, twisty section of the Winton racetrack. You're very much turning left, right. You're really busy. And from here, you drive it out as a short straight, but you're hitting, you're up to third, fourth gear roundabout now. You're touching on, again, about 180, 190 kilometres an hour. Hard on the brakes. Turn it left, flick it in, and drive it down this long back straight.
And it's important here, and especially at a track like Winton, in these cars, which compared to a lot of the other cars that we're seeing this weekend, don't have a massive amount of power. They don't need a massive amount of power to still be excellent race cars to watch, but it just makes it so crucial to maintain as much momentum as you can through some of those corners. Get your braking points, your apexes, and your racing lines perfect. As we're seeing, that was a big moment there from the number 77, Joey Kellick, I believe that was. Got a little bit shaky, and Tony Westerway is sitting right behind him going, go on, mate, do it again, I dare ya. Give me that spot, I want it.
It's very tight at the end. Joey, he's just got that sort of style about him where he does slide the car. It's actually quite effective for Joey. Now, normally, you really don't want to be sliding that much, but actually in Joey's case, he seems to get a real amount out of that car. At the same time there, of course, you've got a really experienced campaigner in Tony Westaway who knows this track very, very well, and he's sitting there watching it, and he's sitting there looking at the 1-800 lasagna man himself going, this guy's sliding all over the place, I'm a chance here, but Joey is again holding his own, as he seems to do. He's gone off in the grass there a little bit as well. Geez, he looks erratic, but he's quick in that car. That car is really fast, and for someone who's relatively new to the campaign, here goes Tony, diving, got him under brakes there. Although, here comes Joey, bouncing back again, so it's really tight in that section.
I love this section of track. You can crisscross as to your heart's content, and the race is never really over until you get to this finish line they're about to cross. But the race isn't over. We've still got just over 5 minutes to go. So there's every chance these two might want to just, play their cards close to the chest, not give away all their moves too early, wait until the dying stages. Then, whoa! Speaking of rally crossing, there he goes across the apex of 2, and that is going to give Tony Westaway that position quite easily. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's got in there a little hot into turn 1, Joey, unfortunately. Very, very simple and easy to do that. I mean, as I said, you're into that corner at around about 180 kilometres an hour. So it mightn't look that fast perhaps on TV, but when you're in the car, you're at literally pretty high speed, about 180 k's an hour. So hopefully we'll get a replay of that to see exactly what Joey's done. Look at Tony Andreski there fighting again with Richard Howe. This is a really tight section of the track. You want to get that drive. They're going to go over that gravel there, so be careful of that, boys. But up over the hill and hard on the brakes, flick it right and drive it down the hill. But Joey just got in a little hot there by the looks of it. Again, under the pressure from Tony Westaway.
So this is earlier on in the race at turn 7 where we saw Mark Torbitz about a lap ago passing Richard Howe there. So that was the conclusion to that battle that we were seeing earlier. Got that move done nice and easy and has kept him behind. And given the live angles we were just seeing, I imagine he got past Tony Andrzejewski not too long after, as we now see Tony Andrzejewski and Richard Howe getting stuck into each other around, is that turn 5? That's a pretty, no, that's turn 8, my apologies. That's a pretty good place to go around the inside there. So Richard Howe makes his way up to now 12th position, I believe that would be. So good recovery drive from Richard Howe from where he started.
Yeah, absolutely great. I mean, he's been around the game a long time and he knows the tracks very, very well. You can see there that Westaway has maintained his position over Joey Kellock as we come out of turn 2 there, heading up the rise. And then again, you're hard on the brakes. Flick it in, turn it right, drive it down the hill. From here, this corner, you really want to flow the car out because you're heading towards the fast sweeping part of Winton, which can really draw you to the outside of the track. But you want to keep it in fairly tight and flow the car around through the left-hander. Grab a little bit of that ripple strip on the inside there. Hard on the brakes, flick it in, turn it right, down a gear, drive it out, and again, you're into the tight and twisty section here where you can make up some time.
These two teammates at the Bathurst 6 Hour on Easter weekend who took out the prize in Class E, I believe it was, in a Mazda 3, Mark Torbitz and Andrew Jackman. The third driver was in fact the leader of this race, Cameron Bella, but these two are now duking it out for 10th position. Another great recovery drive from Andrew Jackman.
Yeah.
He was struggling a little bit this morning. Car wasn't feeling great. He wasn't feeling great in the car through qualifying. Oh, Mark Torbitz gets the backhand out just a little bit to set himself up for turn 7. It's paid off. Hasn't finished it yet because Jackman will have the line for turn 8, but this battle is not over because they're side by side through turn 8.
Unbelievable. Literally only 2 weeks ago, these two guys were in the same car at Bathurst, and they actually won the class at the Bathurst 6 Hour, these two guys, Mark Torbitz and Andy Jackman. Now, they're in 2 separate cars, but they're still only inches apart.
Even when they're not teammates in the same car at Bathurst, these two, as well as every other competitor in this 944 category, have such a healthy respect for each other as Mark Torbitz gets the move done around the outside of turn 10, which is going to give him a pretty good run through 11 and 12. So he's pretty comfortably sitting up in 10th position now. So well done from Mark Torbitz to recover from that spin earlier. He's got himself not where he wanted to be at the start of the race, that's for sure, but a lot better than he was.
Yeah, a really sensational fighting performance there actually by Mark Torbitz to come back through the field. But I mean, if you look again at the front of the field, it's the usual suspect, Cam Bella. I should say the usual suspects. It's not quite the usual suspects. It's Cameron Bella in the front, but Joey Culloch again getting a little bit slippery, as Darren Smith would say. On the lasagna tray, he is all over the place like a lasagna. I'm trying to think of...
Looks to be as slippery as a butcher's block out
Thanks
there.
for that. Yeah, exactly. Thanks,
Kelly.
Matty. I'm trying to think of a gag regarding lasagna, but...
we are coming to the final lap
he's
now.
fighting hard.
Not much racing to go. This will be the final corner for Cameron Bella. Yep. He's on the charge. He's won 2 races. Make that 3 races back-to-back. Checkered flag waves. Cameron Bella takes out race 1 of the 944 challenge here at Winton Motor Raceway with Ryan Woods on return in 2nd. That is a sensational drive from Woods. Adam Brewer rounding out the podium in 3rd.
Yeah, really fantastic performance by Ryan Woods, you've got to say. Cam Bella, very experienced campaigner and back to his winning ways there after a little bit of an altercation at Sandown, but pretty smooth sailing all round really for Cameron Bella, and he'll be happy with that result. And a great result again for Adam Brewer, who's come home in 3rd and really cements his position in the championship.
Big thanks to our sponsors, of course, Porsche Cars Australia, 1-800 Lasagna, who we've seen a lot of sliding around on the track already, courtesy of Joey Kellogg, the naming rights sponsor for this round, in fact. 888 Home Loans, you can call 1-800-1-888-00 for all your home loan needs. ABI Technology and Pit Lane Clothing, as we see John Venoris finishing the race, but not finishing it on the black stuff. He's been having issues all through Sandown. He thought he'd had it rectified for Winton, and he's got the car to the finish and ended up 15th, so good result, but he's not going to make it back to the pit lane.
No, it's a shame for Johnny Venoris, but it looks like he's pulled over there just under the beautiful gum tree we've got here at Winton, and as the boys will head back slowly into the pits there, but we'll not sure what's happened there with Johnny Venoris, but hopefully he can get that sorted for tomorrow. We've got 2 big races again on tomorrow, and running through the results now from race 1. Of course, you've got the champion there, Cameron Bella, who came home by 3.8 seconds over Ryan Woods. Sensational performance. Adam Brewer maintains his position in the championship in the 3rd place. Chris Lewis-Williams fighting back in 4th position, just ahead of Mark Cadino. Tony Westaway, great to see him back in the series again. Joey Culloch battled really, really hard all race and came home in 7th. Sensational performance by Carter Fox. That is his best result in the category, coming home in 8th. Josh Brisbane back in the game in 9th. And Mark Torbitz fighting back for a top 10 result.
That's all for race 1 of the Porsche 944 Challenge. Thank you very much, Jack Adley. It's a pleasure to have you in the box. We'll see you tomorrow for race 2. But now, we'll see Formula Fords. We won't be too far away.
Thanks, mate.
Welcome back to Blendline TV, coming at you live from Winton Motor Raceway for round 2 of the 2023 Victorian State Circuit Racing Series. And we are getting set to go for Formula Ford Race 1. 25 minutes of Formula Ford action coming up for you. My name is Matt Dunlop. Joining me in the box is Paul Zitty. Paul, it's a pleasure to have you with me.
Thank you very much, Matt. Pleasure to be here. Always a pleasure to be at Winton Raceway. Love getting out to rural Victoria. And look at this weather. Look at the picture-perfect facilities that the Benalla Auto Club has turned on for us. Awesome to go racing with Formula Ford. A spirited qualifying session. Back to the good old days. It was a quick pace. 1 second over the top 13 and half a second over the top 8. If you blinked, you lost 2 places. It was stunning. But it was a young Jake Santa Lucia who took the cookies. He put it on pole position with a sensational 25.19, just edging Zach Lobko. And then you have Jack Bussey off the second row in 3rd position. Alongside him, young Joey Fawcett.
Lining up behind them on rows 3 and 4, we've got Cody Mains-Ruddy in the number 69 car next to Matthew Holmes in the number 41. Bailey Collins in the Spectrum starts out of position 7 in the number 96, with Jared Farrell also in the Spectrum in 8th in the number 44.
And then your top 10 in the Duratec class is rounded out by Eddie Beswick and Nicholas Mendez. We run to the Formula Ford 1600, the traditional Kent engine cars, and we have the Duratec cars as the premier category. And the Formula Ford 1600s, pole position, a well-known name in motor racing circles, Richard Davison, backing up his pole and 3 race wins from Sandown. So he's got a perfect track record this season. Alongside him, Grant Walker, Andrew Lamrock and Mark Zellner rounding out the Formula Ford 1600s as the Fords take the grid.
Bumper grid of Formula Fords of all categories lining up, and it's going to be very, very close given how qualifying sounded. The revs are building.
Yeah, we've got the green flag at the back just waiting for the lights. Can't quite see them from the commentary position, but we can see fantastic vision of the cars sitting on the grid, all eager to get this race underway.
We're not too far away from race start now. Drivers are looking ahead, waiting for the board to go. There it is, the revs are building. Santa Lucia on pole, Lobko out of second, getting ready to go. We're underway at Winton, a little bit of a sluggish start. They both get away relatively evenly, and it's clean all the way back, all the way down the front straight. We'll wait to see how they come through turn 1, but it is Jake Santa Lucia who gets the whole shot ahead of Zach Lobko as they all try to filter through turns 1 and 2 without tangling those very, very exposed Formula Ford tyres and suspension setups, but they all get through cleanly as they buzz past through turns 3 and 4. We're underway for that one.
Fantastic work by all these guys there. Look, a bit of experience, young heads, but quite a lot of experience from their karting days as well. They know that it's a 25-minute race. We have got that looked like Kyle Cotter just running wide on the exit of turn 4, but he's kept it going, which is great to see.
No harm, no foul as they all filter through turns 7, 8 and 9, jostling for positions in some of the most opportune passing opportunities on this track. Getting your line right here is crucial so you can chain a move through all 3 of these corners and carry the momentum all the way down this straight to turn 10. They're getting pretty line astern now. People will be starting to look for slipstreams and drafts down the long straights that we're about to encounter in between turn 10, 11 and 12 to the start-finish line. But look at the run at the front here. Lobko is all over the back. He might as well be cable tied to the gearbox of that Santa Lucia car. But it's not just him. Zach, I think that's Zach Bussey in 3rd. No, that's Joey Fawcett in 3rd as well.
Joey Fawcett in 3rd, and Matt Holmes, who made a great start up into 4th place. So they're all buying into this, and we hoped for a race like this based on the qualifying times, and it is certainly delivering. You got Joe Fawcett tucked right up behind Nicholas Mendez, just seeing if he can find a way past as they file through turns 1 and 2 again.
Lobko's really trying to have a look there through turn 1. Couldn't get it done there, but he'll be putting that one in the bank for a later lap. As we're just seeing all the action coming past us through turns 2, 3. Geez, this is great scrapping. All these guys, as we saw in qualifying, are so closely matched in terms of pace. And these cars are very, very similarly paced as well. There's obviously key differences between the Spectras, the Miguels, and the other models that you see out here. But it presents absolutely brilliant racing. And part of the beauty of the Formula Fords is you don't have too much differences in the cars. You just suit up, get in, go. And it's an ultimate test of the driver.
Absolutely, comes down to the driver. The cars are very analog to drive. They're a 4-speed H-pattern gearbox. They've got 3 pedals and you need to use them all. They reward right foot braking techniques, not the left foot braking, so you've got to match the heel and toe braking properly on the downshift. Just no aerodynamic aids. The cars move around a lot, so they really hone those skills within the driver. See how they...
Whoa, there's a moment. That is number 41.
Matt Holmes. That's Matt Holmes who's run wide there. I didn't quite see whether that was whether that was an own goal or an assist. We might get a replay of that. Matt's just had a diabolical run of luck the last few rounds, but we see the leaders back here again. Joey Fawcett all over the back of Nicholas Mendez, can't find a way past at the moment, but this is allowing Jake Santa Lucia to just check out that little bit. The guys battling are holding each other up, and Jake's just driving mistake free, got his head down, eyes forward as they say, and he's just seeing if he can build that gap so that whatever happens behind him, he doesn't have to fight too hard himself for that win.
That's exactly right. He's looking for some strong results here, is Jake Santa Lucia, and he's in the box seat at the moment. He's still got a long race to go to make sure he can convert that to a decent haul of points, if not a win. I don't want to jinx anyone too early yet, so I'm not going to do that. I'll tell you that much for free.
Absolutely. Never put the commentator's curse on anyone. You give them a rap, and invariably it all goes pear-shaped shortly thereafter. But we're getting a replay of what happened to Matt Holmes, I believe.
Looks like he dipped a wheel in the grass.
Unfortunately, yeah, just got in a bit too deep under brakes, and that one, and again, the commentator's curse. I've just given him a rap about how he's had terrible luck. It's probably about the only mistake I've seen him make in the last 2 years.
Plenty of runoff down that part of the track, so no harm, no foul for Matt Holmes. He's out there again, but he has dropped all the way down to 15th, which is far from ideal for him.
Yeah.
Back up front, Santa Lucia still leads from Lochner and Fawcett, but it's very close to the top three.
Yeah, and Young Main's Ruddy has just posted the fastest lap of the race. So he'll be looking to capitalise on that. And this front four have just made a little bit of a break at the moment over the pack behind them, the way it looks. And then this will augur well for some fantastic vision toward the end of this race.
This is Liam Scott trying to find his way past Damon Woods in front of him. This is a battle for 10th position at the moment. So the beauty of these state series is that the points pay all the way down to 20th position. So no matter how far back down you are, basically you want to be pushing and racing as hard as you can, or as hard as you want to be, to get more points, because there's always more on offer. It's not like Formula One where it only pays out to the top 10 and after that you're done. It's great because it gives all drivers from all the way down the field a chance at getting some good results and giving them a reason to push, and it's what ends up with really, really competitive racing like I see here.
Absolutely, and you look at the cars in that top four now. Obviously, as we said, Jake's going to be thinking very much about just building that gap. Each of the guys behind is trying to work out where and how they can make that the move to get the pass done. And it's all a game of risk management out there. You want to take the lowest potential risk to get the greatest reward. And around here you've got the obvious ones are, if you can get a good run, there is a good pass to be made into turn one. There's also an opportunity of a pass into turn 3, which we see the drivers approaching now. No one close enough to put that on. If you get a great run through the sweeper, you can make the pass into the hairpin, but you know, that's a top gear corner in one of these Formula Fords. 100 mile an hour in the old language. Lots of action from the cockpit on the steering wheel. They're really light and float through there. You have to gather that up for a right-hander and then a big brake, so it's a really technical part of the track. Bit difficult to get it done there, but we've seen plenty of good drivers over the years. Tim Macro, who's spannering and engineering Leo Scott's car. Tim was just an absolute master of that when he ran Formula Ford. Lap after lap, he just picked people off going into that hairpin.
Looking at the battle pack for 11th position now. That is Hie leading from Liam Scott. Behind them is Cotter. So this is a pretty tight scrap here. Trying to get as many points as these guys can. Not too many differences in terms of what you'll get here, but it looks like there might be a move on into turn 10. Liam Scott gets the job done.
I think you'll find that's Matt Holmes moving back up through the field.
I think you're right, it might be. My apologies, I have completely misplaced that one.
Good, that's Matt trying to recover from that spin that he had and put those back in. Similar, lots of green on both cars, so it does make it a little bit of a challenge. Leo all the way from New Zealand, so across the ditch for the race here this weekend. Has been racing the Spectrum in Formula Ford 16 back home, and racing the Spectrum Duratec car here under the Tim Macro Racing banner this weekend.
It's great to see drivers coming from not just over Victoria, but around Australia, and indeed international drivers coming in from time to time to compete in the Victorian State Series. It's great to see.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate in Victoria that for the last 20 plus years that I'm aware of, it really has been the most competitive Formula Ford racing anywhere in the country. So you'll routinely get the interstate drivers with national aspirations who will drop into the rounds here just to measure themselves against what is arguably the best around in the country, and to get the experience at these circuits that they will invariably see as part of the national championships. And it looks like they've settled a little bit at the front now. It looks like everyone's playing a little bit of a waiting game, bit of high-speed chess going on at the moment, if you will. They're just trying to find a rhythm. 13 minutes left in this race, so still plenty of time left to get the job done. I mean, 13 minutes is the full race in some of the other rounds that we go to.
Current championship leader, we're just seeing on screen Eddie Bezic making his way around. He's all the way back down in 7th position at the moment. He's trying to make his way up as we go back, walking towards Lobco, holding off Joey Fawcett. Great scrapping here. These cars have barely any aerodynamic grip at all, relying purely on mechanical grip. Oh, a little bit sideways there, but just gets a move done. There might have been a slight bit of contact.
And Mail, I don't know whether or not they rubbed wheels or not, though. I was about to give them a rap saying that they were doing a really good job giving each other racing room. But definitely Mains Ruddy has slowed after that encounter, so not sure whether or not they may have touched or not, but they did look to be going through there quite cleanly at the time.
So with Santa Lucia pulling away a gap of 1.2 seconds at the front, and the field forming a little bit of a train for second place here. There is a nice, tidy battle. Lobco driving a really, really good defensive race so far.
Yeah, and I think that's the guys behind will be thinking, if we can get around him, can we chase down Jake? We've got a replay now of that move from another, can we see from this angle? A little bit of smoke off the tyres, a bit of a giveaway that they may have touched. Looked a gentle touch, but enough obviously with these open wheelers, tyre on tyre. You definitely feel that through the steering wheel or wherever the contact was made.
It's such at face value, it just looks like it could be an incredibly, I guess, for lack of a better word, a fragile car with how much the wheels jut out, and there's no real protection with bodywork there, so it encourages the drivers, doesn't really encourage it, it forces them in a way to drive respectfully and carefully and to not bang wheels too much, because it could end disaster. Not just that, but also the potential damage you'd have to deal with bending suspension arms and damaging tyres and wheels as well. So it's a great testament to all of these drivers, young and old, in the Formula Ford category, to be able to keep their noses clean.
Absolutely, and that's the hallmark of open wheel racing, and always has been, is the fact that it can't be an out-and-out contact sport. You can't lean on each other the way you see the sedan categories do, because you simply will just destroy your car. And they're incredibly, I mean, you look at the G-forces that they absorb and the lap times they generate, there's a lot of strength in those components, but think about it like eggshell technology. You can stand on an egg and it'll hold you up in the right way, but if you touch it on the sides, it'll break. So that's the same deal with these. In tension and in compression, those arms are incredibly strong, but when you start banging wheels and bending them where they're not meant to be bent, then they will give.
Collins now pulling up right behind this battle for second, right behind Fawcett. There might be a draft down the main straight here. We'll have to see what happens into turn one. Oh, there's a move that just wants to happen through that first corner, but it's just not close enough for some of these drivers.
And they're catching one of the last of the Formula Ford 1600s now, and that'll be Mark Zellner, whose eyes will be about the size of dinner plates as he tries to keep himself out of the way of these. Mark's a great guy, an enthusiast, much like myself, a gentleman racer. We, when I'm out there, have a ball driving these cars, but Mark would be very much trying to keep out of the way of these young kids coming through with their hair on fire and just enjoy his motor racing.
Fastest lap so far goes to Santa Lucia with a 125.742 on lap 7 not too long ago. These cars that we're looking at now, Lobco and Fawcett have not got into the 125s, but somebody who has is Collins, as well as Bussey behind them. So those two guys in 4th and 5th are really going to be hustling the drivers in 2nd and 3rd ahead of them now, keeping this pack nice and tight because they've got just that little bit more pace. Obviously, it's pretty hard to flex their muscles right now when they're stuck in this battle pack, but if there's a move on, we could see some real movement up the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It does tend to suggest that, Zach's doing a sensational job holding down 2nd and, doing nothing wrong there at all, but the evidence seems to be there that he is a little bit of a cork in a bottle at the moment. I'm sure the guys behind figured if they could get around him, then it could be game on for challenging for the race win. But they'll want to do that reasonably quickly because they're rapidly running out of laps to be able to shut down the gap to Jake and then see whether or not the old Murray Walker. Catching is one thing, passing is another thing entirely.
Sellers getting past Farrell there through turn 2, and the number 56 of Woods is trying to follow suit through 3, but has to tuck back in line behind him there.
Matt Holmes has done you a favour. He's put the green cars together. You can now get Holmes and Scott, and they're both in the same shot.
Oh, much appreciated. Watch me still mess up which one's which as I look at them every single time, but I'll try my darndest. This is a great little battle here forming for what I think is 7th position now with Sellers at the front of this pack. So, and there looks to be a little bit of movement there. That might have actually been Holmes getting past Scott.
The job done down at that hairpin as we spoke about, and they're still going on with it. Great quarter given to each other, a little bit of racing room, bit of respect. It's fantastic to watch. The racing over the last few seasons has been exceptional right through the field with the young guys giving each other respect, giving each other room. As we spoke about earlier, they all want to finish the race. You have to finish the race, and banging wheels isn't the way to go about it. So we've seen some incredible maturity shown by young heads. Matt's now going to see if he can close that and see how many more positions he can recover. Yeah, Joey getting very racy now on the back of Zach, as are Bailey Collins and Jack Bussey behind him as well.
Zach Lodko is making that Formula Ford 5 metres wide around this Winton circuit. He's not letting anyone get past him. It's an incredible defensive drive, but everyone, like you said, cork in a bottle is such an apt way to describe this because he just doesn't have the pace, unfortunately. He's still dropping back that little bit from Santa Lucia out in the lead, but he'll be loving this. He can't see anyone in his mirrors. He'll be streaking off in the distance like hunky-dory. No worries at all.
Absolutely, and look, when we say, to be fair to Zach as well, one, he's driving a defensive line, so that's not going to be the optimal line, and two, when we say hasn't got the pace, we're talking about maybe a tenth of a second. So he's doing a fantastic job. He's definitely got some talent and some speed. Home circuit for the young guys chasing him, and I think that shows here, and he's just doing a remarkable job to hold them up, but I'm pretty sure if they could get by him, they could inch away. Yeah,
no disrespect to Zach Lobko at all. It's really a testament to how tight-knit all these drivers are and how close on par they are, that a difference of just a tenth of a second can show up in such a way.
I think Bailey Collins, sorry to interrupt there, but I think Bailey Collins just made a little bit of a mistake under brakes and has lost the position to Jack Bussey as a consequence. It was a good clean move, just got in there a bit deep. Similar, not quite the same outcome, but similar to what Matt Holmes did earlier in the race.
Let's try and get in the mind of Joey Fawcett here. What is going through his mind? Is he trying to sort of set up moves a few laps in advance, as we are seeing the number 96 of Collins trying to get on the inside of Bezic through turn 4. They're going to be side by side on the run to 5. Bezic will have the line and he should be able to get it back in 5.
Indeed, through that sweeper once again, very technical. Yeah, look, Joey, again, really mature young man, a great racer, good clean racer as well. So he'll have been having a look at the back of that car for quite a while. He'll be trying to sum up where he thinks he might be able to get a clean move done. And then there's going to be the element of him that's 16, 17-year-old racer, just wants to get the job done at any opportunity. But he's going to temper that by making sure he does it with the lowest risk possible to position himself. I mean, race 1 of the weekend, that's not when you want to be having issues.
That's exactly right. We've still got so much more running to do this weekend. 2 more races of Formula Ford coming up tomorrow, so don't miss either of those if you're tuning in on Blendline TV, or if you're thinking of coming down to the track here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's going to be another sensational day here tomorrow, and tickets are I can't remember how much the tickets are, free front of 16s, and it's a great day out, honestly. Come on down, say good day, and come and experience this trackside. You will not regret it if you can. There you go. Adults $10, under 16s free. Victorian State Series. It is some of the best racing going around. So accessible, and we just love supporting it.
Yep, and the weather's going to be like this again. Blue skies, sunshine, gentle breeze, not too hot. What's not to love?
Exactly, what is not to love? And you get to see brilliant racing like we're seeing here. We aren't too far away from a finish, though. The timer has just ticked under 4 minutes, which suggests that we probably only have two, maybe three laps.
Yep, the leader may get that third lap started. So they've got 2 or 3 laps. So Joey's now, you know, the intensity will start to rise under that helmet. He'll know that he's running out of time. He'll be able to see that the cars behind him are now in play, as it were, and you know that's not going to make him happy, because he's pretty sure that he should be down the road from that and not having to defend himself. So he's in that. Zach's just full on defense mode. Joey's running that line of, well, I need to find a way around, but I can't make I can't really position myself for an overtaking move if that leaves me vulnerable to get past myself.
Spare a thought for Bussy as well, trying his darnest to get through this field, but just not able to find inroads in 4th position. But he's going to be there to capitalise if a spot suddenly becomes available and a gap that exists that he can go for. So we'll keep our eyes very keenly focused on that, as we're now seeing a little bit of the action a little bit further down in the field. This is still the battle for 7th, which looks to have thinned out just a little bit. We're back to the battle for 2nd now. Lobco still driving an incredibly defensive race. That car is getting a little bit slippery here and there, but he's doing a brilliant job of controlling it. Big lockup from the number 74 of Bussy there, and he's fallen off the back just a little bit before set.
And that's again one of the things I love about Formula Ford is there's nowhere to hide. That was such a small mistake, and you can see he's gone from being right on the gearbox to what's that, a good 4 or 5 car lengths back. And he'll be quite steamed under the helmet there, kicking himself for giving those spots away so easily when they're so hard to fight for to win in the first place.
And it's important to just hold that momentum. Those little mistakes can kill momentum, especially through these flowing sections of the Winton circuit where you have to chain your corners together to almost perfection to make sure you can carry the speed and carry the momentum. So you want to be on the money for the entirety of the race. Focus is really important around here.
Yeah, definitely, and we're so fortunate to have Winton Motor Raceway so handy and accessible from Melbourne. Our drivers get to come up here and do the Friday practice days and test days, and it's just a great circuit with a mixture of turn 1, 2 is quite a fast combination. The sweeper we spoke about, 100 mile an hour, the car out of shape, and then you get the super technical work. We got a checkered flag that's come up a little bit early, surprised us, but we have the checkered flag. Well-deserved win for Jake Santa Lucia. And Zach Lobco drove superbly, a superb defensive drive to hold on to 2nd from Fawcett, from Bussy, and then Bailey Collins to round out your 5.
Eddie Bezic brings it home in P6 with Sellers behind him in 7th, followed by Farrell. Matt Holmes recovering to 9th position, and Damon Woods rounding out your top 10 here in race 1 of the Formula Ford here at the Vic State Race Series.
Of course, not forgetting the Formula Ford 1600 battle that has been going on as well. We have Richard Davison taking a well-deserved and commanding victory, lights the flag. That's maintaining his perfect score for this season.
4 wins from 4 so far from Davison. What a great start to his campaign he's having.
And that stunning looking car, it was the car campaign by both of his sons, Alex and Will, and it has been restored beautifully to that original Wins livery. It's just if you do come down, ladies, gentlemen, and get a ticket and come racing, make sure you take the stroll down to the racing pit lane and get a look at that car up close. It is a piece of art.
Those results for you once again. Jake Santa Lucia takes the win by 4.926 seconds over Zach Lobco in 2nd, who did a brilliant job to hold off Joe Fawcett and Jack Bussy. Bailey Collins in 5th position in the number 96, followed by Eddie Bezic in the number 31. Harrison Sellers in the 13 car in 7th. 8th was Jared Farrell. Matthew Holmes in 9th, and Damon Woods 10th. We go back to Leo Scott, Kyle Cotter, Fraser Hiei, Harrison Blanchard, who's dropped off quite a bit from where he was in the Sandown round, so not the weekend he's having so far that he wants. Charlie Fleming, Richard Davison, the first of the 1600s with Grant Walker, Andrew Lamrock and Mark Zellner behind him.
Matt, was a pleasure to make the call with you. I will see you back here tomorrow for race 2 of the Formula Ford action.
Pleasure to have you in the box with me as well, Paul. All the best. We'll see you, everyone, back here tomorrow for more Formula Ford. But in the meantime, we've got more racing still to come today, of course, so do not go anywhere. Next up will be Improved Production. You're live with Blendline TV, live from Winton Motor Raceway.
Well, welcome back to sunny Winton Motor Raceway up here in the northeastern section of Victoria. And here it is, the 3 kilometre long 12-turn Winton Motor Raceway. This place is a little bit of an oddity. It's not the same sort of geological oddity that 1DW once described Bathurst as back in the day, but it's an oddity in the fact that we only come here once. And because we only come here once, it does offer some very unique racing. You can see the kind of racing happening up here in the top right-hand corner of the screen. There's been some changes to the track. There's a few corners that have been opened up. There's some really technical parts of the circuit like turn 7, 8, and 9 where it really tends to lend towards a car that's really geared properly for the corners. And then there's a lot of corners here where you can run side by side, plenty of exit space, and you're going to do this for the course of about 13 to 14 laps in the 25-minute sessions that we've been having so far on Saturday afternoon. 12 turns, opened in 1961 and 3Ks long ever since they put the extension on the circuit many, many years ago. Steve DeVries here with Improved Production alongside David Cox for Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, and very healthy grid of Improved Production cars here, Dave.
Fantastic grid today. The look at the weather, Steve, isn't it magnificent? Why would you want to be anywhere else but in sunny northern Victoria? We've got 28 cars on the grid today, led off by a turbocharged Datsun of Paul Cruz. I shouldn't be so rude, it's not a Datsun, it's a Nissan S13, and it's a very, very well-driven car by the Cruz outfit. And then we've got the usual suspects of Luke Gumbo there in second. Lockie McBrien, who was birthday boy yesterday, he's put it on third. Happy birthday, Lockie, come all the way down from Sydney. And then look at that, the first of the under 2 litre cars, Steve Zorkas in fourth, as everyone's rolling up into position. And then we go Milano, Timewell, Butcher, Kaswitz. Rob Baird is back for a fair while off. Here we go, we're getting set for the start.
It looks like we are, and everyone's gridded up fairly quickly, which is great to see. Maximising the amount of time on track, because of course the 25-minute starts from the time they leave the pre-gridding area. So the quicker you get around, it might be the difference between that one extra lap and not.
Green light. A lot of wheel stick by Paul Cruz. He goes to get off the line. It looks like Luke's absolutely nailed the start there and got a nice jump in. Steve Zorkas up all the way up to third. Lockie McBride's dropped back and he's now currently in fourth position. Then look like Milano
certainly is tucked in there, and you can hear them on the rev limiter as well. Paul Cruz's car just bouncing on that limiter and then just lit it up and left a number 11 licorice strap leaving the pole position. So that's a similar thing that happened to him last year with Robert Braun, who then got the better of the starts all the time, and then he just marched away. Cruz couldn't catch him. Let's see what happens this time around with Luke Gretschkumbo nailing the start, and now Paul Cruz is the chaser yet again.
And it looks like Paul's had a really good go through the sweeper, and he's come
late lunge for Milano.
Right up the side lock, but Lockie managed to hold him out there. Nice bit of driving, boys.
Yep, left a little bit of space there on the inside. Saw him coming late, but Milano didn't go through.
Oh, here we go.
Cruz. Cruz is off. The Silvia's off. That's a mistake, a very rare mistake, or is that some sort of a failure? Car's not turning.
No,
Car is not
like
turning.
Pulling over to the side. Let's hope everything's okay.
Oh, there
we
we
can
go.
get that car out of the way so we don't have to have any.
That's
like
a shame.
A yellow flag at the moment, so hopefully that's going to be okay to continue racing.
Yep. So hopefully we'll see if we can get that car going. I'm just waiting to see if Paul's actually getting out of that car. Meanwhile, back toward the front of the field, it's Luke Gretschkumbo who's clearing house at the moment. Well and truly clear. There he goes. There's Milano and McBride already. The gap at the end of lap 1, 2.8 seconds.
And then we've got Steve Zorkas, the first under 2 litre cars, followed by Danny Timewell. And then we've got the RX-7 of Craig Caspers. He's absolutely had a brilliant start. He's ahead of Andrew Butcher. Who would have thought that the RX-7 would be ahead of Andrew Butcher's BMW? Then comes Peter Dixon, then Rob Baird in the RX-7, and then Shane Williams in the RX-7, and Bruce Henley in the RX-8.
Yes, RX-8 Bruce Henley's the only one of the Mazda Brigade just outside the top 10 at the moment. There he is on screen, the store card is number 67 machine, being pursued by Rick Hogan in the Reach Rock Art Commodore, which is great to have them back, but not only back, they've picked up the sponsorship on the door banner as well this year for improved production. So that's great to see.
Turn 3, Ron Lloyd had a massive lose, but he's managed to keep it on the black stuff and got going again. So great being able to get back on the track and not go off into the kitty litter.
Here is Rob Baird, who just mentioning a few moments ago, the familiar zebra stripes on the RX-7, which of course was on the RX-3 many years ago, so replicating the same sort of livery, and you can't miss that car when you're standing on the hillside here at Winton.
It certainly stands out, doesn't it? It's a great looking livery. It stands out right across the track. You can spot it anywhere.
This is why we call this track a little bit of an oddity, right? You can see Peter Dixon, the Monaro, just ahead of Rob Baird. He's cleared out down the straight. That's the horsepower advantage, but then you see in the corners, the RX-7s and all the other little cars, they'll start to gain a little bit of that ground back. So part of the track belongs to the V8s, and the other part of the track belongs to the cars that are set up for the corners.
Which really helps to make close racing. Obviously, you've got a few of the boys out in front, but in the mid-pack with all the important racing users, everyone's nice and close, and it makes for a really good spectator viewing. So we've got
Bruce Henley's just run a little bit wide there at turn 1, and also Wayne Twister's looking to put a move on Jin Wook Song, the second round for him in improved production. Had a pretty stellar debut actually, Jin Wook Song at Sand, and he drove really well.
He did. I was having a chat to him earlier today, and he's having a lot of suspension problems with that car today. So we tried to give him a few pointers to say, listen, let's try doing this and just see if it'll make it hook up. But it doesn't look like it's helped him too much. But again, it's not very often he comes here, and it's only his first race meeting here. So
that's true.
Well done.
And then you just saw there, Wayne Twist's gone through on Jin Wook Song's Commodore there, trying to keep tabs on Bruce Henley just a few metres ahead. That's good to see Wayne Twist back as well. He's had that car in bits since Phillip Island last year, and there's been plenty of work going on to get the motor rebuilt and a bunch of other things going on. So it's always good to have the veteran back out on the racetrack.
And then he had an electrical problem after that, but they finally got it all sorted, and now he's back out and the car's running just as reliably as it ever has.
Here's this battle you talked about earlier with Craig Caspers getting the... Before we go back to that, Peter Dixon has had a moment and going very slowly here.
Yes, I think it's gotten a bit of a terminal failure there.
Looks like it might be an engine. There's a few reports coming through. It's going very slowly there, so we'll keep an eye to see if he's trying to limp that back to the lane.
I hope it's not an engine, otherwise he should be stopping.
Well, back to the Craig Caspers and Andrew Butcher battle. This is starting to get a little bit closer compared to what it was a few laps ago. Down into turn number 3 here. Craig Caspers had his best qualifying lap ever. Actually, it's a personal best, but not by very much. But he was super happy after some of the gremlins they've been troubleshooting in Friday practice, and he's out there not leaving it on the table, and Andrew Butcher is chasing him for all that it's worth right now. Butcher finally got the braking package sorted on that 59 car as well. Spent a good load of money on it, and looks like the car is stopping much, much better than it was at Iron Magic last year.
And how about that under 2 litre car of Steve Zorkas? He's currently at 4th spot, and I dare say that after another few laps, he's going to start getting a little bit closer to the BMW that's in front of him, because I dare say it might start losing its tyres. And Steve's really pushing hard and coming down into the turn onto the new old back straight. Yeah,
they've just gone through turn 10, so they're about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of this battle that we're watching on screen at the moment. He's hanging on to the back of Lockie McBrien's BMW very, very nicely at the moment.
And there we go. Butcher's just gone round the outside of Casper's, and the straight drag line down the back straight. There, he's actually pulled 2 or 3 car lengths.
Good pass by Andrew. Well done. Oh, and he's still a little bit deep.
Both have gone round.
And in sympathy.
I think there might have been avoidance there.
And, that's in the background there. Rob Baird just went through on the opposite side. I think he actually went around on the grass there, because there's not a lot of room behind Butcher. That was a lazy spin if there ever was one. And then Craig just sort of gone around in sympathy trying to avoid him.
And all the boys have gone left and right and missed, so that's really, really well spotted, guys. No one's come to grief there.
And then made a heads-up driving from Andrew Butcher just to wait and make sure there was an appropriate gap before he tried to do a U-turn and get going again. Another pass here, so Lane's made a mistake at some point, given the position back to Jin Wook Song, and now he's repassing him a couple of laps later. But look at this, down the inside here, Jin Wook's maybe just keeping his nose in there a little bit, but thinks better of it. The big, heavier Commodore's just got to break that little bit earlier to pull up for turn 3.
And now Butcher's just managed to get past Bruce Henley in turn 3. And Paul Javots is right behind Bruce as well.
Here we go. Look at this battle. RX-7s unite. 3 in a row here. And Darren Smith's got his eyes glued to the television monitor right now with a big smile across his face. He just loves watching these cars go around.
It takes him back to the 90s when Darren was a young fellow out in his RX-2. Oh, RX-3. Geez. Oh, I'm sorry, Darren. Final corner coming up.
So this was the replay of what happened to Andrew Butcher. So Butcher had gone past it, maybe just a little bit too deep. Didn't look like he took any curb there. It was just a little bit lazy, and then a little bit of minor contact. That's nothing that won't buff out.
It reminds me of an incident in MotoGP a long, long time ago in Sydney where Nick Doohan and Alex Crivier dumped them on the side. It was silhouette.
Very, very similar. Shane Williams losing a bit of touch in this battle of the RX-7s right now. Craig doing his best to try and pull away from Rob Baird, who's not letting him get away at all. Rob Baird actually carried an onboard camera for us last time around at Winton as well. So no onboards, unfortunately, this weekend, but certainly putting on a show right now. You're pointing out, it looks like that our lead under 2 litre car, Steve Zorkas, may have come into pit lane here, Dave.
Yes. Okay, it may have been leaking fluid. It was having that problem this morning. And they thought they'd fix it, but maybe it's come back and reared its ugly head again, and that's a really shame for Steve, because he was absolutely having a ripper race, sitting there in 4th position, and looked like he may have even given Lockie a bit of a run in a couple of laps' time when the tyres started to go away a bit. That's a real shame, Steve.
So here's another one of the returnees this weekend in Tom Prentice. We don't see him all that often. I think the last time I saw him out was actually at Winton, probably about 4 years ago, I think. I think it might have been my first commentary debut. 2018 was the last time I'd seen him out here.
Yeah, I think he's actually been out before, since then. I think he made an appearance at Phillip Island, and he wasn't very well and probably should have gone home, but he ran around and managed to finish the weekend. So it's great to see Tom back. We've also got another new competitor this weekend running around in Andrew Butcher's Lemons car.
Yes, the little Pulsar that's out there at the moment, sort of down the back of the field. Keeping an eye on where that car is at the moment, actually. In the hands of Andy Smith, down in 23rd position. He's just ahead of Rodney Lloyd.
And
battle of the forwards here as well. Grant Ogle in the XR5, just holding off the advances of the EA Falcon of Paul Vuleman. Actually, looks like Paul may have made a little bit of an error down there at turn 10, because that gap has opened up in the last couple of corners. Grant's got the wipers going here. I'm wondering if maybe he's accidentally just flipped the switch, or it's having a little bit of a time of the month problem, because the wipers don't need to be going in the sunshine right now.
Marco Timperio's back after a little bit of a layoff as well. Great to see Marco. He's one of the characters of the field. It's great to see him out and about and having a good run today as well. He's had a few problems with that car since he moved up to the V8, but certainly having a great run today. So good to see you back, Marco.
Absolutely good to see him back. Back to this battle as well with the two RX-7s of Craig Caspers and Rob Baird. And they have comprehensively dropped Shane Williams to the tune of about 3 seconds. So they're engaging in their own private battle here.
And Butcher's just gone up the inside of Jim Sook.
So he's regaining positions since that spin, and he's
off after Wayne Twist now.
He's actually just on the fringes of the top 10 here, Andrew Butcher. He's moved up into 10th place with that pass on Jin Wong Song, so that will be rather pleasing for him. So he hasn't lost too many positions overall after that little incident. And some lap traffic in the way here for Rod Lloyd for number 777 of Rob Baird. And through he goes.
So out the front, we've still got Luke Gumbo. He doesn't seem to have pulled away too much from Damien. Damien's only a couple of seconds behind him. Lockie's also only a second or so in a rear. So the top three is fairly well settled at this stage, but as we've seen with Butcher falling off, things can happen.
But this is a long race too, much longer than we had at Sandown at 20 minutes. It's a 25-minute race, so I wonder whether Luke just got something in reserve and he's just managing his pace at the moment. He's the man that's in second place, chasing him at the moment, Damien Milano. There is your race leader, just a couple of 100 metres or so up the road.
Luke knows how to manage tyres. He won the 4-hour here last year. I've got Darren sitting beside me just laughing at me going, Luke doesn't know how to manage tyres. He's going to burn them off. What are you talking about, Dave? But Luke does know how to manage a set of tyres, and I would guess that he's just been told by his crew, pull your head in, just run a time and wait until the last couple of laps and then give it a good dip if Damien's sitting right on your tail. But I think Luke might be just playing with the field at the moment, just keeping the 2-second lead. But we'll soon see.
That's right. And look, I could see from the attitude of the car coming through the last couple of corners there. The car's very flat, car's very stable. He's not asking too much of the car. He's just in an element at the moment, just consistently trying to punch out lap times just on a regular basis. Fastest lap of the race at the moment belongs to Damien Milano, 1 minute 31.34, which is actually 0.5 of a second quicker than Luke Gumbo. But I can see Luke is consistently in that 33 bracket at the moment. Damien's in the same bracket too. So they're not getting any closer together, but they're not getting any further apart either.
And they are. Their times are 2 seconds off what they were doing qualifying, so they are trying to manage their tyres. They're not going hell for leather at this stage. So we'll wait and see. The track usually at Winton in the afternoon is a little slower, but we'll wait and see when the boys all come in and they're all drifting wet because they haven't driven this many laps in a long time. Who has looked after their tyres the best and who's run out of fuel.
Yeah, well, that was a big talking point, wasn't it? I think you said Damien Milano was a little bit worried in the pit lane that he might not have enough size capacity fuel tank to make it.
And said, go and squeeze another couple of litres in there, boys. I'm sure that they would have got enough in there, but you would think that the BMWs would be nice on their tyres. Looks like Tom Prentice's car has got a fair bit of smoke coming out the back end of there. Let's hope that's nothing too terminal. It's just a tyre rub or something like that.
Looks like he might have had a lock-up going into turn 10 there, I think, as well. He's just leaving some room here for Milano, which is really well done at turn 11, realising that the lap traffic does play a bit of a factor in these timed races, more so than it does in a lap-counted race. We're now chalking up the 9 laps completed. Right now is about the time where they would be sort of thinking to themselves, oh, this has got to be the last lap. But of course, it's a timed race now, so we're getting about 13 or 14 laps, which is actually putting a massive smile on a lot of drivers' faces up and down the field. It's been one of the great initiatives, I think, this year from the Victorian State Race Series executive to switch to timed races, giving more track time to all your competitors. And I think it's starting to get a few more people interested, drag some of those cars out of the sheds that have been sitting for so long.
Yeah, it's great that they've listened to the competitors, and the competitors are saying that we're not going to go for money, we need more laps. And to their credit, they have listened and they've given the guys more track time, which creates longer laps. It's good for everybody, engine builders, tyre manufacturers.
Oops, Milano!
Milano's thrown it in backwards into the kitty litter.
He's just sort of half in the kitty litter, half in the grass at the moment. I think he's just maybe had a little bit of a moment under braking for turn 7. Maybe he clipped the curb too much at turn 6. And he'll get this one out.
He'll get that one out. So there we go. You never count your chickens too early, because as we were saying, Damien was going really just sitting behind Luke, but all of a sudden we've had a mistake, and that's certainly let Luke off the leash there, and that will put Lockie up into second for this next phase of the race.
Now the other question is, who else has that let through? So we know Lockie McBrien's gone through, so he's down to turn 11 right now. It's also, I believe, Milano maybe might have actually been lucky enough to keep position 3 after all of that. It looks like nobody else has gone through, but what it has done is it has put Danny Timewell very, very close to the rear of Damien Milano.
It certainly has, and there was a massive...
Well, here we go. Oh, he was off well before turn 7. So I reckon he's had a moment coming through 6.
That's a big lose, and that would have got his attention, no doubt.
Absolutely.
So now Lockie's about 2 seconds on looks like behind Luke, and pushing on nice and hard.
Yeah, 4.8 seconds the margin there, McBrien to the race leader, Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. And then, yeah, we're lucky. Wayne Decker's been off there at turn number 1 and 2. But he's thankfully offline to let the faster cars go through. So in all of that, Milano has actually only lost 1 spot, but he did have a couple of other cars past that he needed to re-lap.
And Andrew Butcher's got past Rick Hogan coming onto the straight, and his next person in line for Andrew Butcher will be Shane Williams.
Yep, so Butcher's recovered well here. Started out at sort of, I don't know if it was P7 or P8 on the running order. It was at P7. So he's actually in good position to get back to where he started by the end of the race. He's got plenty of time on the clock here to catch the number 24 machine of Williams.
I think he'll have no problem wheeling in Shane probably by the end of the sweeper. I'd say he'll be right on his tail.
Yeah, there's going to be some lap traffic to play into this as well. They've got Bradley Ross and the Pulsar of Andy Smith as well. That will play a factor, no doubt, in the next couple of corners. Here they come through 6 up to turn 7. There's Bradley Ross's EA Falcon, the number 34 BDR haulage machine.
That's a nice looking livery Brad's put on that car for this season, so looking rather smart.
Yeah, it's the one he's touched up over. He was pretty proud of it over the off-season as well, to put something a little bit different together, pay a bit of homage to some race cars of previous generations gone past. He's done a very nice job there. He's done a great job to get out of the way there as well, take the high road and let the 2 quicker cars go through. And then the next target for these 2 lead lap cars, you can just see the Pulsar of Andy Smith just disappearing around the corner at turn number 7.
Now Luke's had a really good run through the lap traffic, and it's actually held up Lockie somewhat, so Luke's actually managed to stretch that lead out to over 5 seconds by the look of it now, which is a bit of a shame, but you never know what's going to happen in the next couple of laps.
You certainly do not. 3 minutes remaining here. Race leader is currently working their 12th lap, so guaranteed to get at least another 2 in from here. Possibly that will be all that remains, so that'll be a 14-lap duration. So it's race times at the moment very similar to the were in Formula V earlier in the day.
Danny Timewell had a big lunge underneath Milano, but thought better of it right at the last second. And,
Butcher's trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, and pulled out of it, but Milano almost wore the Danny Timewell car in the quarter panel, but Danny managed to pull it up before he hit the side of the car, which is really nice to see. But I think Damien might be having some tyre issues, because there goes Danny Timewell round the outside. And no, Damien still manages to hold him out as they head up the back straight.
Yes, there's a couple of good battles going on at the moment. One for the last step on the podium between Milano and Timewell, and then this one, which is over 7th and 8th place between Shane Williams and Andrew Butcher. And Rick Hogan is starting to close up a little bit here, because Williams is sort of being a bit of a cork in the champagne bottle, holding up Andrew Butcher for a couple of corners here. So that's allowed Reach Rock Art Commodore to get a bit close to the rear here. Here goes Butcher down the inside. That's a little bit tight. That was very tight. That was tighter than a fisherman's backside, that was.
Right, by the way, moving right along.
And by the way, that's watertight.
No worries at all. It looks like Damien's managed to get the pedal down and just drop Danny off a little bit there. So that's great news for Damien. He's managed to just get going a little bit and just drawn away just slightly.
So Williams is still holding off Andrew Butcher here. I fear not for very much longer, though. Down into turn 1, Butcher's got the high ground on the inside at 1, and he's got it done. Great driving. And now Rick Hogan, does he fancy a little bit of a move at the number 24 machine? Similar to what we saw Butcher having a go. Yeah, cut the nose off despite the face there. So Luke Gretsch-Cumbo coming around the final corner now. They're going to show the checkered flag. They are. So that is a race victory for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. So 13 laps in the books, and across the line he goes. So Lockie McBrien, we're waiting for him to cross the line. And is this him coming to the line now?
Is that Jim?
No, that's Lockie McBrien there. So that's a bit strange. He's going very slowly there.
Maybe he
the car
ran
didn't
out of
sound-
fuel.
Yeah. Oh well, don't use that word. It's a dirty four-lettered word at the moment, isn't it?
Certainly is. That he's pulling off into the old exit lane there.
Yep. They're getting home for third place. I haven't seen Milano go across the line. No, we haven't, and that's the reason why. I've seen Danny Timewell just come across the line. He's got third place. Where's Milano come to a stop? Looks like he's come to a stop. Yeah, he has. He's come to the stop. Yeah, he's on the left-hand side between turns 10 and 11 on the back straight. So could he have run out of fuel?
Well, he was mentioning it before he went out that fuel was going to be tight. Maybe it was just a bit too tight.
Maybe just a little bit too tight. So that promotes Timewell to third. Craig Caspers to fourth. Best of the RX-7s. That's a fantastic result for Craig. Andrew Butcher to fifth. Rob Baird to sixth. So Baird's also managed to get ahead of Shane Williams in the number 24 machine, who finishes seventh after all that, ahead of Rick Hogan. And then ninth place goes to the number 19 machine of Wayne Twist. So he'll be stoked with a top 10 finish, Wayne Twist. And then Jinwook Song gets the last position inside the 10. And all these drivers that are going up the timing tree at the moment are getting an extra position at the expense of the number 88 Commodore of Milano. What a shame.
Yeah, absolute shame. But what about race 2 tomorrow morning? What a cracker that's going to be. We're going to have Paul Cruz. We're going to have Damien Milano.
They're all going to have to be on the back of the grid.
We're going to have there was
Steve Zorkas and
Steve Zorkas. Yeah. We're going to have an absolute ripper tomorrow morning, so make sure you tune in. Don't miss that one for anything. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Absolutely. There's confirmation of your top 10 just as we went through before. So the three-time State Series champion Luke Gretsch-Cumbo gets another victory here at Winton, and that should move him into the points lead for the start of the races tomorrow. Lockie McBrien, who crawled across the line, Danny Timewell getting the last spot on the rostrum at the expense of Damien Milano. And that was improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, along with Reach Rock Art, DLL Photography and Design, Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre, and of course Pro Cut Tree Services.
I'll have to take that comment back. I didn't think Lockie actually finished, but he got across the line before.
He just got across the line.
So, well done to Lockie. You won't have to start off the back of the grid.
You will not have to start off the back of the grid. Short break here in Central Commentary. Just 2 races to go here on Saturday afternoon to complete our day's racing. Up next is going to be the MG and invited British sports cars. Back soon here for the 2023 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series.
down here in the MG and Invited British Sports Cars compound, if you will. We've got a whole shed dedicated to themselves here at Winton Motor Raceway. We're down here with Trevor Lindsay, who has a Triumph GT6. Trevor, tell us a little bit about this car.
Well, it's a 1971 GT6. The GT6 is a hard-top Spitfire, basically, but always had a 6-cylinder in it rather than a 4-cylinder. I've owned this car for the last 20 years. Rear end is nothing like the original rear end. It was built up for Group 2B, which it runs in now, or Mark Sports. Front end is very standard. It runs a Triumph 6-cylinder motor, which is fuel injected. They were injected, the 2.5 litres, although the GT6 only came out with a 2 litre originally. So it's just a 2 litre bored out and stroked differently.
And what's it like having the opportunity with MG and Invited British Sports Cars to be able to take it out onto a track and flex its muscles?
Well, it's fantastic, particularly in this group of racing. I mean, I come from South Australia, and there is no one like this to race with in South Australia. You're racing with Porsches and Lamborghinis and Ferraris, TVRs. I mean, this is a 1960s, 70s vehicle. I need to travel to come into a group to race with that of a similar ilk, I suppose, and very friendly group to race with. Love it, and the social side of it is great. So that's why I keep doing it.
Can't wait to see it out on track today, mate. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Great to have a chat with Trevor Lindsay. That particular Triumph. Great to have Trevor Lindsay on track. He had a fantastic run at Sandown in that Triumph. It was a really good watershed moment for that race car. He came home with a victory and was running right at the front all throughout the whole weekend. And in fact, he now leads the MG and Invited British Car Championship on 94 points over Michael Trathen in that fantastic little blue midget, who is on 82 points. Danny Siama on 81. Mike Roddy, was great to see Mike bring the Jag out. Did have some issues with it towards the end of the weekend on 70 points. Michael Wood on 67. Anthony Vollebrecht on 56 points. Keith Ondaatje in the number 40 Stag out on track as well inside the 10. Phil Chester, a massive welcome back to MG and Invited British Cars. This is one of the more exciting cars across the entire landscape of the Victorian racing scene here at the 888 Home Loans. 1800 1888 00 for 888 Home Loans. Always love watching the number 72 multi-power MG BGT V8 car around here, and Phil has been absent in this car, although he has been running his green car as well, but the big banger has been absent for about 14 or 15 months. Simon Elliott right alongside in the MGB, and that is a completely different specification of car. Keith Ondaatje for Team Triumph racing the Triumph Stag out of 3. Out of 4 is Michael Trathen in the MG midget, and currently sitting second in the championship. Danny Siama out of 5. Anthony Vollebrecht in the number 48. Then we go back to John Makem in the Bennett Signs MG midget. Gordon Bunyan in the Triumph Spitfire, the number 78 there as well. We go back to John Ilworth, Greg White, Trevor Dunford, Alana Ondaatje in the second of the Team Triumph Racing Stags. Bruce Condon, Robert Splatt from Splatt Engineering Checkered Flag Stables in his Triumph TR6. Peter Rose, and back to the Triumph TR7 of Jeffrey St John Cox, with Jane Vollebrecht in the MGB down the tail end of the field. Interestingly enough, Dan McCarthy, no entry or no mention of Trevor Lindsay there.
Yeah, the series leader, talking to Matt Dunlop earlier today, talking about how great it'll be to get the car out on track. Unfortunately for race number 1, it's not on track, so opens the door a little bit for the man sitting second in the championship, Michael Trathen, defending champion, coming out of position number 4 in car number 1. That's certainly a machine to look out for, and so is this one. Chester back for the second round, missed round number 1. When this car is working, it is almost impossible to beat. It really is. Chester is so very fast in this machine.
I tell you what though, that magnificent looking open top variant right beside him on the grid. This will be very, very interesting to see how the number 55 can go with it. Simon Elliott, certainly the wheelman, 5 litre MGB. Similar in spec, I guess you'd say, looking at that engine capacity there. So the 55 is an MGB 5 litre. And we're looking very closely at the number 72 of Phil Chester for Monty Power, the MGB GT V8 5.6 litre. And there's the spot. We're just watching on the right-hand side, driver's right line on the grid, row number 3, and that is where that TR6 should be for the Triumph GT6. So here we go. Lights are on. We're about to jump away. Phil Chester drops the clutch. Laser number 11 right down there, and right behind him, playing a very similar looking number 11, was Keith Ondarchi. So the big V8's doing that as well. Up into turn 1. Have a look at that little midget. Michael Trathen, he just about sits down in like a bathtub compared to the bigger cars around him. But he's with them. He's right there. And in fact, he's going to have a look up around the outside of Simon as he goes to turn 3.
He actually made the best initial launch, but with 2 cars blocking the way, he had nowhere to go, so had to slot back into 3rd position, but still 1 position up from where he started. Straight past Keith Ondarchi as they head around the tight technical part of the circuit for the first time. So yes, certainly an interesting start. Chester lighting it up, smoke, as you say, pouring from the rear wheels, but didn't seem to affect the start. Led into turn number 1 for the first time.
Well, as I said, the number 40, the Stag of Ondarchi as well, did the same thing. They did a number 11s on the start line in unison there, but certainly Phil managed to keep the forward motion. It was sort of, I guess it gave Keith a backwards motion because the cars around him, that little MG midget of Trathen, does very well. Here's Alana getting taken around the inside there, the number 22 of John Illingworth just sliding up through there, and also looking to go back again. Here goes Alana in the 44, looking to move back there as well for Team Triumph Racing. And we're getting some ambient noise around the track. Sounds like one Phil Chester.
Look at how much faster the Triumph is in a straight line. You can visibly see it catching up and then dropping back behind the MG. It makes difficult work for the cameraman who's zooming in and zooming out, almost in a straight line there. But yeah, you can see the number 44 machine of Alana Ondarchi, yeah, really, really fast in a straight line, trying to get past the much more modern MG just ahead.
Yeah, the MG ZS 180. As we get a look at her father's car, the Stag 8, looks up the inside of Michael Trathen. He has no part of it. This is going to be a really big ask for Keith to try and get round Michael Trathen here at the tight confines of the Winton Motor Raceway. The big Stag really does enjoy the wide open long straights at Sandown. He had a tough old event at Sandown at round 1, so he is really looking to make amends and grab some points. But Trathen sits 2nd on the board. And when you look at this car, you'd think, how do they do it? It's all about power to weight ratio. Light, nimble, changes directions beautifully, and Michael has an innate ability to be able to flow this car, not drop revs out of it. 1300cc, that's all he's got, and he's racing a guy with a 5 litre coming up behind him.
It's consistency as well. That's what earned him the title last year. Sheer consistency. Other cars are having good races and then dropping out in the next. The Vic State point system rewards consistency, and that's exactly what he did last year.
It is. You hit the nail on the head, Dan McCarthy. That is exactly what he's done, and this is what Keith did last year too. He was there at the results as well. Had a couple which just dropped away from him, but certainly starting behind the 8 ball in this year's championship, because round 1 was not kind to this guy. Magnificent looking race car, sounds the goods, and Keith is very, very proud. If you're at the track and you see Keith and his Stag, go and have a chat. We'll show you through the car. And he just loves going to the racetrack. He's one of those guys that even a bad day at the racetracks are better than a good day at work.
Exactly, yeah, it is. Absolutely, I agree with those sentiments. And we see the number 55 car, the man in 2nd position, Elliott, having an issue on the straight, and he's pulling over into the gravel trap on the left-hand side on the run to turn number 3. What on earth has happened there? I just saw him front dust and debris in front of the commentary box as he pulled over to the side in a straight line. So I don't know if there's any steering damage or what, but it's very odd in the straight line to be on the grass.
So yeah, there's an issue there. We've got recovery vehicles on the move there, and we think that there's something in the back of that car that's not quite right, which is a really big shame, because he was going to be the only one, Simon, was going to be the only one that was going to take it up to Phil Chester. His fastest lap on lap number 2, 1:33.05, so he was already working 3 seconds a lap faster than Simon at a 1:36.3. Next on line is Michael Trathen at a 1:38, so there it is. Safety car has been called. Safety car boards and flags, as James Taylor would say. Safety car Boards and flags. Yeah, he's already known about it. There it is on the 888 Home Loans Blendline TV replay. He already knew about it. There was something not quite right in the back of that car. I tell you what, have a look at that lounge chair that he sits in there. The big wraparound shoulders on it. Very, very safe as the recovery crews now have a look over. Let's hope we don't have a repeat recovery of what happened a couple of races ago. Phil Chester just cruising on by in the number 72. I reckon Phil probably enjoy this, just to have a couple of fast laps and then cool off for a lap or two, because that car being so short and not very wide would be an absolute handful, and you can't take anything away from the likes of Vince Gucciardi and Phil Chester that race these cars, and Robin Bailey that do such a good job at it. They're very, very physical, hard and hot to drive, and there it is. There's the message as we see the safety crew landing down there. Big thanks to all of our officials and volunteers. Become an official. Visit motorsport.org.au/officials, or just get involved with your local car club or a car club, one mate car club like the magnificent MG Car Club being represented on track right now. One of the big successful car clubs around Victoria that you can get involved with, and of course there's numerous clubs that are promoters of these rounds. The Mini Car Club, they do a tremendous job. Of course, the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria run around, and the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club also run around. This round here this weekend is being run by a combination of all of the clubs, so they all get together and put on an event here at Winton every year. But certainly any one of those clubs, but there's literally hundreds of one-mate clubs or specialised clubs out there that you can get involved with, and we certainly do appreciate all of the time and effort that the volunteers put together. This entire series, in fact, is put together by a volunteer committee, volunteer crews, volunteer subcommittees on subcommittees and different bits and pieces, a subcommittee for printing and a subcommittee for not printing, and no, not quite like that. That sounds like a government agency, doesn't it? But certainly the Victorian State Race Series is run very, very skillfully by a fantastic executive that do a tremendous job rolling this series out year after year.
As you see the cars roll around under safety car, let's have a little bit of a... before we do that, tickets available if you enjoyed what you've seen here this afternoon. Make sure you get down to the track at Winton tomorrow. Not too far from Melbourne, particularly these days, just a couple of hours from the CBD. Easy drive down the Hume, not difficult at all, and you'll be here at Winton and enjoy a whole day worth of racing tomorrow from just after 9 o'clock all the way through till about 5 p.m. So make sure to get down here if you are around Melbourne or in around the country Victoria region.
Look, Dan, even if you're as far away as Wagga or Temora or Forbes, you can just get down the Hume, down the Olympic, whatever it might be, Echuca, the twin towns of Florida and Germany as well, the twin towns of Albury and Wodonga and Wangaratta and Shepparton, all around this northeastern part of Victoria certainly can. I mean, the first round of the New South Wales Championship was run here at Winton, and they came all the way down from Sydney. So there is plenty of time as the field just roll past us. It does give us a really good opportunity to get a really good close-up look at Phil Chester's car leading this field around. It is a very much a super engineered car, and this is just a shame. I've got to say, this is not, from a commentator's perspective, this is breaking my heart. I would hate to see how it's making Simon feel at the moment in the MGB 5 litre. It certainly will be breaking his heart. We're at round 2 of the 888 home loans. You can get in touch with 888 on 1800 1-888-00, and this is our championship calendar for the year. Round 1 was held at Sandown on the 19th of February. Here for round 2, 22-23 of April. We go to round 3 at Phillip Island, which is run by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club on the 26th, 27th, 28th of May. We go back to Sandown, to the outer eastern suburbs in wedged between Dandenong and Springvale for the Sandown Racecourse at the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria run round on the 11th, 12th and 13th of August. Always a very popular event. And, well, traditionally, our final round has always been around that AFL Grand Final team. Best time to escape Melbourne, head down to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, because let's face it, there's no greater piece of real estate than that place.
I think I've seen more AFL Grand Finals from the commentary box in
Yes,
Phillip Island
that's
than
right.
actually have on
Yeah,
TV
yeah.
in my lounge room, in all honesty.
For those that care in the garages, we'll have it on there. And look, there is still a to be confirmed around going racing at Calder Park this year as well. And I tell you what, if all the scuttlebutt around another new racetrack down near the Avalon Airport happens in a couple of years' time, maybe we get to go racing at an FIA Spec 1 circuit down near Avalon there, which will be a great thing. And certainly Victorian Motorsport and the Victorian sporting authorities around the government have identified a gaping hole as far as facilities for people in this sport. And it's only been over the last sort of 4 to 5 years that they've realised the value that motorsport brings to the state. Phil Chester away again, back under green conditions. He just jams that throttle down there. Keith Ondaatje goes with him. Then it's Danny Siama as well. Makem goes there. He keeps that as well. What has happened? What have we done with Michael Trafford?
He's disappeared, hasn't he?
He has disappeared. He's down in 14th. We've missed that during the safety car period. Michael Trafford has gone backwards.
It's an MG just firing across the curb at turn number 2. That's the 83 car of Trevor Dunford just out of shot there. But yes, firing all 4 wheels over the curb, got some air there. That's quite spectacular. But yes, so in terms of the championship, they're all dropping like flies. So Trevor Lindsay didn't start the race, championship leader. Michael Trathen, who was second in the championship coming into this one, he's now dropped down to 14th, and as far as we can see, not crossed the line, so somewhere out on the racetrack. So that now leaves Danny Kiama, third in the championship, third on the road at the moment. He's got a great chance of taking the championship lead if he can keep it on the track to the finish.
Well, Danny was all over the back of the number 40 of Keith Ondaatje there as well, coming into the water tower, and he was doing a tremendous job. As we get some great shots of car number 7 here, the King George Tavern car of Robert Splatt. He has done a terrific job there, and there it goes, the number 7 down, away he goes, and the registration on the back of that. I thought that was a Toyota tagline, that one. That was one that they had there. Maybe not Triumph, Toyota, no, nothing like each other at all, except they both start with T. Getting a good look now also for Peter Rose in his MGB, 1800. This is your traditional fare, isn't it? When you think MGs, this is what you really start to think about.
Well, depends on your age, potentially, Daz. I see some of these MGs a little bit further down the field. Number 22, the MG ZS. That's my era, mate. That's my era.
Yeah, same here. That's actually my era.
There it is
well.
on the screen. That silver one. That's the era I grew up in.
I think my dad would have liked an MGB, but many, many years later, I would suggest the modern version of the MGB is the Mazda MX-5. So that's what he has put his hat on, or my mum has anyway. But yeah, that 22 there, that's a good looking car, isn't it?
It is.
Really does look the goods. The ZS 180. And hopefully tomorrow we might have Paul Vernell, who knows the ins and outs of all of these cars, and will be able to give us a little bit more insight into this particular car. But yeah, certainly the MGB, that beautiful exhaust note out of the 800cc has been around for over 50 years now, and we celebrated that at the VHRR promoted historic Sandown.
The size difference of these two cars is quite significant, isn't it? Look at him, all over the place like a shark trying to catch a fish. It's quite something as they go through the flip-flop section, the lefts and the rights, and down now towards the more flat-out section into the 90-degree stuff that finishes the lap.
I can't actually pick up where the little blue midget is. There it is. It's right on the inside of the sweeper. Yes. Parked in behind the flag point there. So he certainly hasn't gone into pit lane because it hasn't been highlighted on the timing screen, but he's only done 3 laps and parked in behind the flag point. Just a little blue dot parked in behind the flag point there. So that's a real shame. But it is at the moment, it is all in Danny Siama's hands to try and chase down Keith Ondaatje for a result here today. As there goes Ondaatje, and there goes Danny as well. So there's a bit of a gap there, but Phil Chester's driving away nicely. A 1:33.0539, and that is a beautiful lap there. He is absolutely smashing it out in the the Monty-powered car. Of course, this time last year it was Gary Bulmer that had won a race in race 1. Robin Bailey took a race win in race 2. Did his fastest lap of a 1:35.5944. And Keith Ondaatje actually took out the round. And there we go. There he is, right there in the inside of the sweeper, or the driver's left of the sweeper. And he has parked it up safely there, so didn't have to cause any further safety car laps there. Up over the ripple strips with the number 22 there. Gave you the four-door saloon sort of effect there, didn't it? Once you put it up in the ripple strip, it bounced its way out through the end of the corner there. The 9 just being flowed beautifully there by White as they come onto the back straight. Now here's the performance race coming down.
It's very much David and Goliath, this, isn't it?
Definitely. And this is what the MG and Invited British Racing tends to be like. And at the front of the field, we see these highly modified MG BGTs of Phil Chester and Vince Gucciardi, which I think Vince may have sold his car. He may have moved it on. Certainly interesting that Robin Bailey's not here with us this weekend. He's been an out-and-out stalwart of the Victorian State Racing scene, particularly in the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Series. And I reckon this gap between Ondaatje and Siama has closed up. Here we go again, still looking at this battle between the 9 and the 22.
The margin you're just mentioning, Kiama, despite setting a personal best lap on the last lap, actually lost 0.3, so it's just gone out now to 2.3 seconds as we see a battle a little bit further down the field, as we see Rose and Splat cross the line side by side, and a change for position. Splat with the horsepower is easily able to take the lead, take the position number 10 down into turn number 1.
Fantastic. Started out of 14th, did Splat. Now made his way inside the 10. So you can just see the Thermo fan working pretty hard in the front of the Triumph there. And he is doing a really good job here. Robert, been around for quite some time, runs very, very successful engineering business at Splat Engineering. And enjoys the Triumph racing, really enjoys the camaraderie here as we're just watching Phil Chester. He's giving very clear indication with the right headlight flashing there. The 72 back down through the gearbox, attacks turn 1 too complex.
He's coming up to a back marker, car number 49. That's Volleybrekt, one of the Volleybrekt.
I think that's Jane.
It is Jane, yes. Yep. So coming up to lap her up the inside. Nicely stays out the way, does Jane, so Chester's able to continue on his way. The gap now out to 18 seconds, which in 21 minutes of action, including a safety car, shall we add, that is a phenomenal effort. It just shows how much speed this car has underneath it.
I wonder if that right flasher is a slip of the hand off something and he's hit a switch somewhere that he may be not aware of, but certainly this car just glistens in this afternoon sunlight, doesn't it? Just captures all the right angles. Oh, here's a great battle. This is what it's all about in the MG Car Club. They love it. They all get out racing. It's fantastic that they use these cars. These could be quite easily put away and collected and, you know, maybe be dust gatherers, but all these guys are doing at the moment is putting a wheel off in the dust and throwing it up in the air and having the best old time. So we've got White, Illingworth, that's Bunyan, White and Illingworth we're watching now as well, and that is finding it out for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. This Triumph here, leading the way, the number 78.
So Bunyan
Gordon
on the
Bunyan, the Triumph Spitfire, famous Triumph, the Spitfire.
Bunyan was, 1.3 seconds slower than these two on the previous lap, and that's why the margin closed, but seems to have got his head down and pulled away once again early in this lap.
Massive understeer from both White and Illingworth there as well. Illingworth managed to follow the understeering number 9 through there. Getting a good look now. That's Johnny Makem gone through there, so he is currently sitting in 4th place with of course, our race leader now clear of the field by 20.15 seconds. A new lap record, a 1:33.0539 for Phil Chester, done on lap number 2. We're now on lap number 10 and 2.5 minutes remain.
This just shows power to weight ratio for me. Car 22 would surely have so much more horsepower, but the weight means that he can't get the power down out the corners, and then
Well, like any saloon car or, four-door type of car, he's got to bounce it off the curbs to try and make the pace, whereas these cars, there is absolutely no reward from bouncing off the curbs.
Correct.
They keep them clean, they keep them tidy, they flow them, and that is the out-and-out skill of running an 1800 or a 2-litre car in this sort of racing, because the 2.5-litre car of John Illingworth as well there, so he's trying to wring the neck of the big four-door saloon to stay with these nimble little sports cars.
I don't know if Bunyan's struggling a bit in a straight line at the moment. He seems fine around the corners, but maybe struggling for a bit of straight line handling.
Checkered flag at the ready for the new lap record. Phil Chester returning to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, and he fires first blood, takes pole, takes the win, takes the lap record, and he should be very, very proud of himself for bringing this car back to the grid. I spoke to him at Sandown, it was at Sandown, and he said it was just weeks and weeks to get parts and to get machining done, and there it is on the final lap. These guys racing for inside the 10, and Bunyan has gone back 2 spots now by White and Illingworth. So the triumph, as Dan McCartney said, was something wasn't quite right there, and he has been left in the wake of White and Illingworth, and we're going to watch these two come to the line, because this has been a race-long battle. I reckon the number 9 will be happy to stop looking in the mirrors and seeing a grey, white and red protagonist. And they go to the line here. Is the Saloon going to get through? No. It'll be the MGB.
Bunyan's going to struggle to even hold this position, I think, potentially. That car is incredibly slow. Coming down pit straight. Should be safe, just about, but a couple more corners and he lost another place. But he does hold on to 7th position from Ondaatje of the Alana variety, coming home in 8th, and then it's these two on the screen.
Peter Rose.
Then it's Rose and Splat, which we see here.
Yeah, Peter Rose has got through on Splat, so Splat's had the back part of this race. Charges at the line here. Does he have a dip at it from our angle? Who would know? But yep, certainly the timing sheets will tell us. It's Rose over the number 7 of Robert Splat. Great to see the TR6 out on track. Rob at the wheel there, doing a ripping job. Keith Ondaatje brought it home into P2. He'll be very, very proud of that. The Stag is a difficult car to keep running, as we just watched Simon Elliott just going back into the paddock as well there under his own steam. So that's good to see. He fell off earlier on in the race. There's the result. A fastest lap, 1:33.05 to Phil Chester, who won the race over Keith Ondaatje, Danny Siama in the number 15 into 3rd. John Makem, Greg White, John Illingworth, Gordon Bunyan, Alana Ondaatje in the 2nd of the Stags make it through there. There's Robert Splat home in 11th, and Jefferson John Cox 12, Jane Bollebreck, and unfortunately Michael Trapp and Simon Elliott didn't bring it home in the end there. We have got the Circuit XLs up on track for the last race of the day. Of course, we open the gates at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Make your way trackside. The first race starts at 9:10. Let's have a quick break and we'll be back with XL.
We're down here at Winton Motor Raceway in the Hyundai XL garage, and we've got James Lodge here in the number 39 car. James, what is it that brought you to Hyundai XLs in the first place, mate?
Yeah, well, it's a one-make series, so all the cars are the same, and it's a really good stepping stone into further categories like TCR, eventually supercars. You learn the basics, fundamentals, and yeah, cheaply, so it's a good series.
And what's the racing like for these cars around Winton? When you've got a pack of dozens and dozens of these cars, bumper to bumper, what's it like driving these in a big pack of cars?
Yeah, it gets pretty hectic. You can get like 5 wide down the straight, but the racing's mostly clean, and you get some really good action on the TV, and yeah, it's great racing.
You're one of the quicker blokes I hear around the paddock at the moment in the XLs. What are your hopes like for the rest of the season going forward, mate?
Well, I would like to win the championship. That's the goal, but I'm just going to go out there, do my best, see what happens.
All the best, mate. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
James Lodge there, certainly a front runner in the Hyundai XLs this year. That is for certain. Great first round at Sandown as we see the cars head out onto the track for their first race of the weekend. Alongside me once again is Stephen De Vries. Should be an interesting race, this one.
I think this one will be a rather interesting race, particularly because it's a smaller than usual field. So we're used to seeing Hyundai XL grids that are, upwards of 30 cars sometimes. We haven't got that many here this weekend, so hopefully a nice compact field as we have a look at the starting order here with Cadel Ambrose. This will be his first pole position in Hyundai XL, starting off the front row alongside our interviewee just a few moments ago in James Lodge. Harry Tompkins, who's been one of the front runners in the last couple of seasons, at a position 3, along with Charlie Nash, the Tickford Racing entry, at of position 4. With Jet Murray and Bradley Packham taking up the third row of the grid, positions 5 and 6 respectively. Got William Saylor's going to be in the number 36 machine out of 7th, and then Jason Kay, the number 99 RMJ Crane repairs car. He's 8th in the running order. Cisco Morales, Stuart Bruckner, Gareth Hodgkiss and Scott Appledore, who's in that iconic livery that you can't miss, the tribute livery back to the Tirana from the early 70s there. And you've got conjoined us in 13th, Carly Fleming, Richard Outram and Keenan Jones in 16th. This is probably getting pretty close to the end of the Hyundai XLs. We've got 16 cars on the grid there. We actually got 16 cars total on the entry list for the weekend, with thanks to Trick Trailers.
Yeah, a bit of a smaller grid this weekend, but you do get that when you come to Winton, don't you? It's a bit more of a travel. Some people elect not to come to Winton, so a bit of a smaller XL field than what we're used to. But championship-wise, it's certainly all to play for. Top 2 not here this weekend, but it's very tight between Harry Tompkins and Cadel Evans. 10 points separating those two in the championship. And then we have James Lodge, who we spoke to just before. He was looking pretty good to be with those two, but DNF in the final race sees him just a few points behind. So it's all to play for with those three as we look. This is final race of today, but plenty of action tomorrow. So we got everything from Formula V, saloon cars, sports sedans, and everything in between. All 20-minute races in the morning, and then the feature race. Few extra points on the line, 25 minutes in the afternoon. So that's what you got to look forward to tomorrow. If you tune into the Blendline coverage, or head down to Winton and see it for yourself. Just $10 entry, and if you're under 16, it is free.
Absolutely. Just looking at the point score you mentioned a few moments ago, with the top 2 absent out of the next, I think it's like 7 or 8 cars, everyone down to sort of 9th, 10th, even 11th. There's plenty of opportunity here for those drivers to gain points over the current series leaders. So they'll all start to move into position here. This will be an interesting moment here for young Cadel Ambrose, son of long-time improved production legend Rowan Ambrose, off the front row for the very first time with James Lodge alongside in this 16-car field. With 25 minutes on the clock, we're expecting somewhere around the 12 to 14 lap mark. Let's see how close we get.
Well, depends how many green flags we get. Fingers crossed for a nice trouble-free race. Hyundai XL's race number 1 is go. Great launch, initial launch from the 194 machine of Cadel Ambrose, but then seemed to bog down slightly. I think that's allowed Lodge to stay alongside, and he has. But Ambrose holds on position into turn number 1. And then Tompkins sitting back in 3rd, and then a bit of a gap back to Nash in 4th position.
He initially walked it away from the line beautifully and just had to move a little bit to the right just to cover off a potential advance from Lodge into turn number 1. But he held position really well there, Cadel Ambrose, and he had to fend off a little bit of a late challenge there at turn 3 as well. But it's a long race. There's plenty of time to go as they head through the sweeper here. Different lines through the sweeper. Some people like to take it as a double apex corner, run the car out to the right and then pinch it back for the second part of the corner, and some prefer to stay tight through that section of the track. And what the important part is when you get to turn 6, you've got to spot the braking mark for turn 7 very, very quickly. They've all done a fairly good job of that on this opening tour. And a bit further back in the field here is the number 158, Jet Murray. He's locking horns with Jason Kay in the 99 machine. Tucked in behind there's William Saylor in the 36. So battles up and down the field. There's a lead group of 3 cars starting to kick away. And there's a good group of cars here starting to find their rhythm as well.
Certainly is. Murray with the P-plate, new to the series, having a go up the inside. Not quite able to make it stick, but some really good wheel-to-wheel battles early on. Oh, I think he might have missed a gear there. And through comes Sala on the outside. You can see the momentum that was lost on the run to turn number 11. He's still got the inside and he sends it back up there. Nicely well done, nicely judged. Hasn't run too wide, but Sala's still there, holding it round the outside of turn number 12. That's difficult. It's nearly 3 wide as car number 2. That's Bruckner having a look as well, so really good fight between these 3, and it might be 3 wide as they head down towards turn number 1. It looks like Murray's got it now, and it's between Sala. He's going to stick back up the inside now. This is really, really good stuff early on in this one.
Certainly is. Plenty of space and respect being shown as well. As the sun starts to get quite low now here at Winton, it's sort of over turn 3, so they come out of turn 1 and 2. They get a blinding blister of sun right across the front windshield as they head towards turn 3, so it's difficult to spot the braking marker. Is there another positional change there, I think, as well, after all of this fighting and arguing? It actually allowed Jason Kay to get away out in front. Look, he's got at least a second and a half on the 3 cars that were fighting over those couple of spots for 7th, 8th and 9th, and then the 14 machine of Conjuris and then the 32 of Scott Appledore, they weren't too far away either, so they were kind of hoping that battle was going to continue on for another half a lap or so, give them a shot at pinching a position or 2.
I think Conjuris actually got involved. I think he tried to hold it around the outside of Bruckner around turn number 3, and I think there was a little bit of contact and he's had to pull in back behind, but it was certainly all to play for there, and I'm sure that won't be the end of that battle. I'm very, very certain of that. And we can see it's not over with the battle for the lead. Ambrose has not been able to break away. And Lodge is all over the tail as they head into turn number 11 for the second time. Yeah, very much all to play for between these two at this point in time. Using a bit of curb and all the road on the outside. Ambrose kicking up a little bit of dust. That's going to be a good incentive for Lodge. You can see Ambrose is trying so hard just to stay ahead at this point in time in the race. It's only lap number 2. We've got a long race ahead of us, and already Ambrose using all the road and a bit more just to try and stay ahead.
He certainly is. That could have gotten a little bit ugly if he had have not been able to get that tyre out of the gravel pretty quickly on the exit of turn 12. And here's Charlie Nash. He's having a very interested look at Harry Tompkins coming down into turn 3, and he's got it done. That's a beautiful pass right up in front of the number 33 machine. And it's a little bit interesting in the pits on the way to dummy grid. I did see Harry Tompkins going through the paddock area, and he actually had the it looks like a lockup or something on the left rear corner of the car. The tyre was dragging for a good couple hundred metres down the pit paddock complex, and he didn't realise what was going on until someone pulled him up. So I'm not sure if they've had a chance to change that tyre in dummy grid, or if he's going to be nursing that car along with a pretty badly flat spotted left rear corner tyre all the way through these 25 minutes. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but something definitely jammed on the way to the grid for Harry Tompkins.
Certainly something to look out for as this race goes on, that is for certain. As we see the front 2 continuing to pull away, it's now a case of whether or not Nash can go with them. Nash qualified quite well in the first round on the 4th row, but a disastrous start in the first race from dropped pretty much to the back of the field, and then it was catch up from there. It was a much bigger field at Sandown. Finished first race 21st, then made it up to 11th in race 2, but really the damage was done plain and simple in race number 1. Sees him come out of round number 1 in 12th in the championship. So this is a much better performance and much more what we expected to see, particularly after such a strong finish to the season for him late last year.
Absolutely. What I am noticing as well was Bradley Packham backs it in to turn number 1. The car was just sliding on the rears, and he just kept control of it nicely just to make sure the car didn't get away from him. And then he's got Jason Kay all over the rear, which I'm actually being told that he's being scored manually at the moment. The car does not appear to have a functioning Dorian timer at the moment, which is the common timing device that all the competitors have to use in all the categories. It's a device you charge up and you mount in the car, particularly to as close to the front firewall as you possibly can. But for that number 99 machine, that Dorian timer appears to have lost its charge, but for the moment we know where he is. He's glued to the rear of the SCTR entry of Bradley Packham.
So yeah, actually sitting in 6th position, but with no timing, or a bit of a lock-up, runs wide there. That's very, very costly, and even clouds the curb on the exit as well, but that's certainly costing meterage, that's for certain. A good few car lengths back now. A strange place to lock up because it's quite a low-speed entry into a low-speed corner, and is that another lock up there as well? So certainly pushing the limits of the car at the moment in car number 99, that's for certain.
He definitely is. What I've been noticing as well, Dan, is a lot of the other categories have been using very few curbs around the place. A lot of exit curves being used. Turn 1 especially, you see some drivers just want to put a little bit of a tyre just up over the curb just to make sure the car turns in nicely. It sets you up nicely for the next corner, which is turn 2. A lot of the XL drivers I have noticed have not been doing that in this particular race so far. I'm not sure if that's strategic based on the longevity of the race, or if that's just something that they've all observed is not good for the cars. But have a look here as we watch William Sala come into turn number 1. See complete avoidance of the turn 1 curb.
I don't know if it's because they're front wheel drive. If you're using the curb at turn number 1, you're not steering when you're using the curb or bouncing around or whatever. So I don't know if that's just a little trait that's different with a front wheel drive car. I'm speculating there. I'm not a race driver. That's why I'm in here with you.
Yeah, that's why we're both up here actually, because we don't want to be in the cars themselves getting all hot and sweaty. Like, there's been plenty of drivers coming out of cars this weekend in absolute balls of sweat, but they're enjoying themselves. That's the important thing.
It's pretty good, isn't it? Pretty good Winton weather. I mean, I was out there in a t-shirt and jeans, and I was sweating earlier on, so it really is quite warm here. Cold this morning, but it's turned into a really lovely day, and certainly the heat's got some real sharpness to it. We can see the weather displayed by Blendline TV. 18.5 degrees. I can assure you it was a fair bit warmer than that a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, it feels a lot warmer than that. We turned up at the track this morning because it was quite cool. It was only an overnight low of 7 degrees.
Yes.
We all turned up with jackets on. I think we all shedded them in about 5 minutes flat because it was so warm just standing out in the sun. It feels like it's about 22, 23 degrees. So absolutely pristine weather. Same as what we had last year, and even last year we had the round in March, and so that was 13 months ago. We've got identical conditions this time around, which has been absolutely fantastic. So we're honed in here on a battle a bit further down the order. We've got Keenan Jones pursuing the number 109 machine of Richard Outram, heading down here to turn number 10. This turn's a very unusual corner. A lot of people look at it on the map and think, oh, that's an easy corner, but the problem is it's not a 90-degree corner. It's more than 90 degrees, so you have to give it a little bit more patience than you otherwise normally would.
Turn number 11's the same, and I think that's why it produces such a good overtaking, particularly down at turn number 11, because you've got to turn that bit sharper. Oh, speaking of turning a bit sharper, that was very, very close. Car number 87 all over the back of Appledore, and in fact swings it to the inside now, does Morales, up the inside, nice move, pulls it up nicely as well, and holds onto the position. Good racing, good awareness from both drivers there.
Appledore's not going to have to be very, very careful. He doesn't open the door here to a conjoiners behind him, because there was a very small gap between the two cars after that pass was made, and Appledore just got the car wedged into that gap beautifully. Did not leave the door open for a second car to come through, but he's going to have to be careful here as the 87 machine of Morales hopefully will kick away and then leave Appledore to his own private battle for another position that he needs to defend for the next couple of corners. Now, the important news that came throughout the week with regards to Hyundai Excels is we know that for many, many years they've been a very stable category. The rule set's been very stable. There's been some adaptations to the mechanical platform to try and make things a bit more cost-effective for people. They got a little bit of bad news in the last couple of weeks that the federal RSR tyre that they've used for many, many seasons, unfortunately, is going to have its production discontinued, and that's going to happen around the middle of this year. So there's going to be a bit of a switchover period where a number of drivers are going to have to switch over to a Dunlop tyre, which is a sort of an equivalent. And there's a tyre tender still going on at the moment for who's going to be the control category supplier for the next couple of seasons. So that was something completely unexpected. It's going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works with some of the XL racing later in the year, because you won't be able to mix tyre sets. You have to use 4 tyres of the same manufacturer and same compound. And they're going to have to find a way just to sort of look after I guess the interests of all the competitors over the next sort of couple of rounds, at least until the end of the year before things get finalised. So that's a bit of an interesting take on something that doesn't usually happen in circuit racing here in the state level categories, it's usually at the end of the season. We know we're swapping to another tyre. You don't hear about it happening, middle of the year.
Yeah, from what I saw on social media, it certainly caught the category off guard, and as we say, expecting that to play a potential factor come later on in the season. Don't know if that's a lockup or a bit of smoke underneath. I think it is a bit of smoke underneath the 99 machine. So not only is it lacking... Oh, no, it's not lacking a transponder. It's now appearing on our screen.
Yeah, it's been appearing on the screen, but I think they've been scoring it manually for a little while, so they're not too concerned. They've just been ticking it off as it goes along. The old stopwatch is out, and they're clicking it on, going, yep, okay, that's fine. For the moment, it's not been too difficult a task for the timing team to score the Jason Kay car manually anyway, because he's been glued to the rear of Bradley Packham for about the last 5 or 6 laps. So pretty easy for them to, make sure that whenever he goes past, he's almost doing a very similar lap time to the car in front of him. So not a difficult task by any stretch of the imagination.
Murray set his personal best on the last lap. You can see he's gaining on these two. And let's see this time through. Once again, Murray with the fastest lap of those guys, 43.4. The other two 44.2, so 0.8 of a second faster. And he's no longer catching. He's there. He's on these two.
Yeah, he's all over him like a cheap suit at the moment. He's going to be throwing it up the inside somewhere along the line in the next couple of corners. Through turn 4.
I think we need to get you some new suits.
Yeah, I don't have too many. We'll go for a shop a bit later on, I think. Through turn 5, up to now the difficult part of the track at turn 6. This is where there's a passing opportunity available if you can make it stick. And Murray's not quite close enough to have a go at Jason Kay just yet.
We can see them file around. It's really a really impressive performance from Murray. You can see the P plate on the back, new to XL Racing, but really taking it up to some of the regulars of the category, which is really good to see. So a great performance to be 7th so early on in his XL career.
Yeah, it's a very, very early statement of intent, I think, from young Jet Murray there. If he's been able to hang on to some drivers that have been around the traps and driven plenty more races than he has over the last couple of seasons. And yeah, you can see right there is nothing in it between these 3 drivers. 1 second covers those 3 cars, and then they're 8 seconds in arrears of Harry Tompkins, who's holding down 4th and hasn't really got any competition at the moment. Oh, a little bit awkward there. Might have been a very, very minor amount of nose-to-tail contact between Packham and Kay as they came through the final corner, all trying to get the better exit. Packham knows that he's under threat. Jason Kay knows he's under threat too. He's got to get this done because here comes Murray. He took the open door that was left available because the 99 machine of Jason Kay moved over looking for a way around Packham, and that was unfortunately all that it took for Murray to take that position away. So that's great heads-up driving from the youngster.
Yeah, really, really good move at turn number 2 there, and fired out the corner and even looked like he was going to have a look at Packham, but to no avail there. But certainly time's on his side with 7 minutes to go. Top 5 finish very much on the cards. Oh, big correction. Can he save it? Yes, nicely held. And Murray's now all over looking up the inside. Packham, what a save. That was very crossed up. He's run wide, gone in a bit deep. But Murray's got to go the long way at the hairpin now if he wants to make the move. If he can stick there, he might have the inside for turn number 9. He is there. He has stuck there. Nice move. Packham now the one swinging around the outside. Can he hold it to have the run at turn number 10? No. I think that is Murray now with the position. Moves up to 5th. Brilliant racing between these 3 on this lap. Oh, in fact, Packham says, no, you don't. Sends it up the inside at turn number 10. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be an awkward exit for him. And that means that Murray should hold on to the position. A bit of contact on the run to turn number 11.
Yeah, he's done really well there. He's had to do a lot of hard work in this lap. Jet Murray finally consolidates the position at turn 11. That took half a lap to pull off. Had to hold it right around the outside. And he's gone off the circuit. 2 left-hand side tyres in the dirt on the backside of turn 12. That doesn't hurt his straightaway speed down the main straight towards turn 1. In fact, he's actually increased the margin heading towards turn 1. And now the door opens for Jason Kay to go up the inside at turn 1 on Bradley Packham. Leaves a little bit of space for the SCTR entry at turn number 2, and he's finally through as well.
Here comes Sala, follows straight through as well. So Packham falling down through the field. No, Packham says, no, I'm not losing this position. I'm fighting for it. I'm going around the long way. And does so again at turn number 4. So Sala, it looked like he almost had the move done, plain sailing, but no, Packham holds on.
I don't reckon Bradley Packham saw Sala coming. I think he was too focused on Jason Kay there, having just been past at turn 1. He didn't realise that Sala had crept up on them, just like just like a spider coming to scare little Miss Muffet. He was right there in a heartbeat.
And Sala all over him once again. He's swinging around the outside of the hairpin. Should have the move now because he's got the inside for turn number 9. Very nicely done from Sala, and well done from Packham. Certainly put up a good fight, that's for sure, in the last couple of laps, but pace not quite there as we get towards the closing stages of this race. Maybe got the tyre pressures a bit too high, was strong early but maybe gone off, not quite sure. Certainly not got the pace he had earlier on in the race. I'm really interested now to see what Murray can do. Now he's got some clear air. What sort of pace does he have? Does he have the pace at the top 4? It'd be interesting to see what he can show and how far he'll be up the order tomorrow, potentially.
Potentially, yes. So I mean, he's got a long way to go to catch Harry Tompkins. He's got 10 seconds of margin with only 4 minutes on the clock. So it pretty much is not going to happen unless Harry Tompkins makes a horrible mistake. But this will be an indicator of what his pace is going to be like tomorrow when they start in progressive grid format. But that battle we were just seeing, I don't think it's going to be over between now and the end of the race. The William Sala Bradley Packham battle is still going to go on for a little bit longer as we hone in on the 747 of Gareth Hodgkiss, chasing the number 14 of Conjonas, heading down towards turn 1. These two have been glued together for a little while now.
Jonas had that contact at turn 3, I spied earlier in the race, and since then he's dropped backwards and backwards and backwards. So
you've got the witness mark there on the front right-hand corner of the front bumper bar there as well, just a little black mark there, which is from that contact you mentioned as well. Here goes Hodgkiss down the inside, turn 3. Job done. That's why the improvements to this part of the circuit were made, to encourage people to have a little bit more of a go and a bit more side-by-side racing. And then that's the other reason why they widened turn 4 as well. So the other car that was being passed had an opportunity to fight back. So that's, of course, one thing that happened here at Winton during the COVID hit years, is that they improved that section of the circuit, and we first got a chance to see that in 2021, where a number of drivers found that that was a new addition, and I think it was very much applauded for being the addition that it was.
Got a big tick of approval from any category here, from supercars to TCR and everything in between. It really has got a big tick of approval from all the categories, just because it does promote much better racing on that section of track. As we see Ambrose, it was pushed early on by Lodge, but has extended that margin lap on lap, so that's now out to 3.2 seconds, and we believe this is, or the leaders have commenced the final lap of the race.
They certainly have, and Ambrose, after surviving threats from James Lodge over the course of the opening couple of laps, he has really ridden away to a nice healthy advantage here. 3.2 seconds last time across the line. And this is going to be sweet for him. First pole and heading towards first victory. And with his father in his corner, he's been a great coach, looking after the car, teaching him all that he knows from his many years in improved production. He's going to be absolutely stoked seeing his young charge on the top step of the podium after this one. Just 2 corners to go.
As we see, battles aren't done. The fight between number 14 and 747 continues further down the field, but we look at Cadell Ambrose as he heads into the final section of turns. Really nice presented machine. No dents or bumps on that's for sure. It was a really, really clean race for Cadell Ambrose, who rounds the final turn and comes to greet the checkered flag. His first victory in Hyundai's Circuit Excels here in Victoria. Lodge comes home in second position, 3.6 seconds behind. And then we wait for Charlie Nash, who rounds out the top 3 in the Tickford liveried machine.
There he goes across the lines, the third place to Charlie Nash. So he continues his good run of form. He's had some very, very good results over the early part of the season. And there's Harry Tompkins, who was about another 8 seconds adrift of Nash at the end of the day. And Jet Murray's going to come home for 5th place. He was actually starting to be a little bit quicker than Harry Tompkins over those closing laps. He dropped into the 43s by the end of that race, so that was great to see, and maybe a sign of things to come for tomorrow's second race.
As we see 14 and 747 still going at it. Conjunis and Hodkiss, and he's there, he's right there. Will he have a look into the final turn? Saw a bit of action and incidents between Shane Van Gisbergen and Waters there, of course, last year in Supercars. But it looks like these two are going to stay the way they are, and they do indeed. So 12th and 13th at the end of the race.
Yep, 12th and 13th men across the line. Carly Fleming in 14th place at the moment, crossing the line. And the last two finishes are going to be the number 380 machine of Keenan Jones and the 109 of Richard Outram. And importantly, Dan McCarthy, all cars that started look like they have finished this race, albeit very close to being lapped in the case of Outram and Jones, but they've all gotten home. Great to see.
Really positive, particularly after there's even a couple of cars that rolled over in the first round and caused an early red flag. That was a really nice, clean affair for the XL. So here's the order at the end of race number 1. Cadell Ambrose will start from first tomorrow after winning that one from Lodge. Nash, Tompkins, Jeff Murray, Jason Kay, William Sala, Bradley Packham, Stuart Bruckner, and Morales rounding out the top 10. Appledore, Conjunis, Hodgkiss, Fleming, Jones, and Outram rounding out the 16 driver field in that clean Circuit XL's race as Darren joins me for the outro of the end of day number 1 here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Steve DeVries, Dan McCarthy, I think we've just seen a changing of the guard in Circuit XLs. Cadell Ambrose was an absolute jet in karting, winning national titles and getting factory drives and things in karts. He's made his way into circuit racing proper now, and I think that is going to be one of many to come victories. May not always be in an XL. In fact, I hope that he starts to get some support thrown behind him, because second generation State Race Series coming through. Fantastic reward to both his mum and dad, who Susie and Rowan have put a lot of time and effort into it, and Cadell knows every nut and bolt on every race car he ever gets his head into. We know that Tony Groves has already let him have a drive of a Mark car here, so that was good. He acquitted himself brilliantly, and Tony was wrapped with the time that he had there. So fantastic to end day number 1 of round 2 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, with Cadell Evans taking his first win in XLs. A really big thank you to everyone down there in race control, our volunteer officials all around the track, the crew that run the Blendline TV van, Dan and Shane and all of the BLTV crew. A big round of applause to you every day we go racing. A big welcome back to the commentary booth, Matt Dunlop. We'll see you all here bright and early tomorrow morning. Cars will be on track at 9:10. We'll be live streaming just a few moments before that tomorrow for all of the racing. I'm Darren Smith from Central Commentary and Broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow.